Alrighty, starting the stream up. We're gonna continue Mercurial as soon as it's done loading in the chat. I just loaded it up in ChatGPT. I updated the Bible quite a lot too, so there's some more runtime engines going on. There's an appearance engine, so hopefully images and stuff will be more consistent. Characters won't look totally different every time I generate an image. There's a whole bunch of other stuff going on as well, mainly like pressure clocks, more living world stuff, so it's pretty cool. A lot of like interesting new runtimes going on. Probably not really affecting Mercurial as much as when we go back into the sandbox, it'll really affect that. So I'm gonna give it about 15 or so minutes, maybe 20 minutes, see if everyone shows up. If not, I'm gonna play as them. I hope they don't mind. I guess I can also see if I can get my microphone working so I can fucking talk. Oh, thank you for the sub, Neverconquer. How you doing? How's your day going? I'm looking to see if I can do the what's it called? Voice instead of typing. I don't know if that'd be better, but like for some reason Microsoft Edge ain't using my microphone. Oh, you put in another job app? Cool. Cool. I'm going to be started on Friday. I already sold my amplifier. I'm probably going to have to sell the Ibanez and the double neck, the Dan Electro, to get by, which sucks, but at least my 4 guitars, you know, the main ones like the Stratocaster and the Les Paul, the Explorer and the V, I'm going to keep those. You know, just 4 guitars. I might sell the Jackson too. Just depends, but hopefully that'll be okay. It's still loading up the chat, so I might check out what's it called? One of the official modules, like Dream Chipper one I was checking out last time. I'm just looking at the stuff here to see. I know it's not on the stream yet. Yeah, at least, I mean, they're the important ones, right? Like, I mean, the Ibanez I don't really use. It's a 7-string. The Dan Electro's double neck, so it's like, you know, it's a pain in the ass anyways. The amp I didn't need, you know, it's not like I'm doing live gigs, and if I do a live gig, I can always borrow an amp from somebody. So, you know, no big whoop. No, it just sucks because my dad bought me those guitars, but he would rather me use them to, you know, pay the bills and stuff. You got a righty lefty guitar and 2 cheap basses, so you could sell them for a little if need be, right? I'm keeping the other 4 because we modified them, you know, like the Stratocaster has the Yngwie Malmsteen pickups, and the other 3, like the Explorer, the Les Paul, and the V, all have, you know, custom paint jobs my dad did on them, so I'm not going to sell those. Like, that's never going to happen. Let's see. How do I get the microphone to work in Microsoft Edge? Open Edge. And also, you know, I got videos on YouTube of me playing those guitars, and I think that's good enough, you know. So it's not like they're lost forever. They're just not, you know, I don't use them anyways. Shit, I can't find. I was trying to figure out how to do this off stream, how to like make the microphone work with Edge, but it might also cut it out in OBS or something too. It's stupid. Yeah, keep those. You swore this was the last lefty you sold. Was the last you were going to sell, right? Yeah, because that's even the lefty guitars are hard to come by. Hold on, I'm gonna go into start menu, settings. Privacy and security, what does it say here? So I gotta turn on microphone access. Well, it says I'm letting apps access it. Why the fuck doesn't Microsoft Edge access it? Or maybe I have to do something in ChatGPT. It's not the biggest deal. It's not the biggest deal. Let me look and see if the thing's loaded up. Okay. Oh, okay. Loaded up. Oh, it took 2 minutes. About 3 minutes to load it up. Nice. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of game master stuff because, like, ChatGPT is pretty decent when it comes to, you know, the rules and stuff. But it sort of sucks when it comes to plots. So I've been trying to, like, make it a stronger GM. Like, I gave it a thing where it's like threat. Wait, timer, threat, treat. So every scene should have one of the three, like a timer. So we don't just like dick around, you know, like maybe a patrol happens or we get caught or something. A threat, you know, that's something that's like against us. And a treat, you know, it's the reason we're doing the scene. So hopefully that cuts a lot of the bullshit. Oh, whoa, I did add a new house rule. Okay, so I was thinking the house rule I added is called morale, stress. I might as well show that. Show the morale, panic, stress, house rules. So I added this house rule, right? Because I wanted morale to be more interesting. Let's see. So let's look at it while we wait. Because I was thinking, like, wouldn't it be more interesting if it was like XCOM, you know, like characters panic and stuff, like classic XCOM, right? And I was thinking it'd be kind of interesting, like for NPCs as well as player characters to lose control a little bit, but not like all the time, you know, like not make it annoying. So, and this works for NPCs as well. So like basically, and then like once this thing tells us what it is, morale is like the situation that will create a test, right? So like, let's say, you know, you're outnumbered, or like the leader gets shot or something, or the force strength is below 50, there'll be a panic test, right? And then depending on like the willpower stat and your professionalism, we're Shadowrunners, so we're like the highest ones. Yeah, a run, feint, saving throw. It's sort of like that, but it's like you can break. So like you can hold, right? Or you can like freeze, so you lose your turn, or you lose like you know, you don't move. Or you like panic, which you just run away or drop your weapon or something, you know, or like you blind fire, or like you shoot, you know, and because you're afraid, you shoot at the nearest guy or something, or the nearest threat, or you shoot at someone that might be engaged with an ally, you know, not total friendly fire incidences, but like it's something that's out of the control. And with that, I added a you can rally, you can take your turn to rally, like take a breath, right? And that'll like make you more immune to like panic, and that will use willpower. And then you can like rally other people, like there's a group rally, and then there's like a one-on-one rally, you know, like like hey, get your act together, man, we gotta get going, right? And that will also like boost other people's morale, and that's based on your charisma, because I figured charisma and willpower are kind of useless for like you know, what we need. So I added that system, and stress is the long-term effect. So for every panic check, here we go. Here, it kind of explains it better here. Yeah, this is an active house rule layer. Official Shadowrun 3 source rules resolve first. Then this system applies if the event creates fear, shock, trauma, humiliation, survival pressure, command failure, yada yada. Examples. Okay, so yeah, there's that. So like, who uses it? PCs. We can also use karma to get rid of the effect. You know, you can do a reroll on it. Core loop. A moral shock or stressful event occurs. Check whether the official source mechanics apply. Then set the morale target number for the situation. Modifiers. Roll willpower versus morale target number. Apply success ladder. Add stress if required. Check current stress tier. Apply panic table. So we can relieve stress too. Like drugs can relieve stress. Sex can relieve stress, like entertainment relieves stress too. And so here's the success ladder, like 4 successes, that's a hard hold, full control. 3 successes, hold under pressure. You get full control, but you get +1 stress. Then there's like shaken control, so you get full control, but it's like you get +1 target numbers for everything and +1 stress. Fight panic, not fully controlled. Next action phase follows panic profile, 2 stress. Break, next action phase controlled by break. So then you get screwed. That's +2. There's the botch rule. So the botch rule is, there's a thing in Shadowrun, if all your rolls are 1s, right? Like, you know, which is very hard to do unless you have like really low skills, because every skill is like how many dice you throw. So if your skill is 3, you throw 3 dice, right? So if you get the 1, that's like a critical failure. And so that's like immediate reflex if fiction supports it. Next action phase controlled by wild panic, cracking breaking point. This may last the whole combat turn. So that could last the entire turn and give you a +3 stress. And then there's panic duration, like how long the panic lasts. Like if it only applies to the action phase, if it applies throughout the whole combat turn. So there's the morale one. Here's stuff that affects the morale, you know, like better cover, -1. Professional training, -1, so that'll help with the target number. You don't have to roll as high. Then there's positive effects too. You know, like if you're alone and cut off, that's a +1 to your target number. Is this test only for surprises like explosions or overwhelmed? It'll be for when the morale will trigger it, right? It won't be every combat turn, I don't think. Or it's only once per combat turn. And so it's not going to happen all the time. It's only going to happen if, like, let's say we're really hurt, or like fuck, let me think here. Yeah, like we're really, I think it happens every combat turn, and what happens is, like, if we're really hurt or something, it gives us pluses to the target number, and if we're doing good, it's like a minus. So more than likely we will always pass the panic test. So the panic test will only really matter because it's and then stress is stress plus willpower +6. So the stress is like a permanent thing that we can get rid of. And depending on like how much stress we have, like if we get over 100%, then we're super stressed. We can go up to 20% with no penalty. Once we're at like 21 to 40, there's a morale and panic test. So this will also be for NPCs as well. And it works for combat and not combat. And I also made it so NPCs aren't totally fresh either. Like they could be stressed. So in other words, we could go up against guards that are overworked and they'll have like a lot of stress, so they won't be as good. So I tried to test this out off stream a little bit. If it sucks, I'll just get rid of it. But I thought this was kind of an interesting thing that we could add. Yeah, I was thinking we wait a little bit for Kurt. I've only been streaming for about 13 minutes. I'll give it until 20 minutes into the stream, and if he's not here, I'll just play as him. But yeah, it's like recovery. You can do like -1 stress, 10-minute breather in real safety. That's once per scene. Full downtime, which is probably like we're always going to be fresh almost, because we'll probably take like a week off in game. You know what I mean? If we get professional therapy, though, we can get -5. That's pretty good. Recovery roll, recovery target numbers. So I fleshed this shit out, man. Like, okay, so leadership and self rally. So the AI will do this too. They'll actually rally themselves, and they'll rally their teammates as well. So like, you know, if there's like a sergeant or something, he can like use the radio to rally people or something if they're stressed out. NPCs should have a will to live based on their profession. So like, you know, average civilians are gonna fucking run away. They're not gonna deal with us. There's different types of success panics for like tiers. Civilians, like when they panic, they run blindly into danger. You know, they do all that shit. Trample, block someone, grab wrong person. Amateur street gangers, they go full auto. You know, bad grenade throws, impulsive hostage shield grab. They can do that shit. Semi-trained security, like if they fuck up, they can like fire through bad lane, wrong code location, over escalate, lock the wrong door, you know, blow up a trap or something. Trained veteran security, they fail, they get like over suppression, they might like mag dump their ammo. we're tier 4, so this is what the player characters are, right? So if we fail, we might panic fire at the bad lane, we might mag dump into smoke or cover. It's situational what we do when we fail the panic test. You know, collapse, freeze, based on stress and flaws. So pretty neat. I thought it was kind of cool to add this. It affects everything from like combat to social. And it should work. We should see it unless there's no combat this round. Because I was checking out like other house rules for Shadowrun and like, you know, tabletop RPGs, and I think that could make fights less boring, you know, like less guy stands in front of other guy, hits him, then that guy hits that guy, and they just kind of hang out. Let's see, we got about 4 minutes. Let's see, what else can I show that I've been working on? Oh, the other big thing I added too was, do the enemy NPCs follow the same test? Yes. NPCs, monsters, basically, if you know, if they have morale, like if they're logically, you know, like they're not undead or robots, they also have the same problem. It's not just us. And they'll react differently based on their professional level as well. So like gangers are gonna be more like, you know, they're gonna be more crazy. So it should make combat a lot more interesting. There should be a lot of like interesting things that happen because of it. You found the perfect car on I feel, and if it's too bad, I'll just get rid of it. But I think it would be really cool. Oh, I added a tone to it too. So like here. So the other thing I come to realize too from game masters is when they follow the rules of the game, like perfectly, you know, the game's a little like, it's kind of sanitized because they have to make it PG-13 to sell to the most people, but we want kind of a hard R. And so what I did was I changed the tone of the game to be more like dark, cynical, dystopian cyberpunk, like noir, with like magical and or like mystical and matrix horror, so that it's a much more like adult centric and basically like RoboCop or Terminator. Yeah, more gritty like RoboCop, exactly. So like I got rid of, hopefully they won't say the fake curse words, they'll just say fucking shit now. They'll still use some of the Shadowrun terms like decking. I didn't want to get rid of the entirety of Shadowrun's you know, vibe. But I wanted it to be to be a little bit more colorful, you know, like going basically like what this movie poster is showing, right? Like here, let me grab it. Yeah, basically this movie poster, right? As you can see, it's rated R, and it's in Dolby stereo. So, and I rendered this movie poster out for the tone that we're looking for as well. So it should give us a lot more of this like 1980s, 1990s sci-fi cyberpunk, like dark, you know how there's like dark fantasy? This is like dark cyberpunk. This is basically what I wanted from it. So we might see a little bit more of that going on too when we start playing. So I'm excited. Like I've already done stuff off stream, you know, to see how shit worked with my private characters, which take place before the stream happens. The stream happens in 2060. So my characters are all prequel characters. They might show up in the stream lane after I retire them. That way the stream lane has more history. That's the other thing I learned too, is like if I give the AI a lot of like plot lines, like not necessarily like, you know, the full plot, but like, you know, I make a secret society or something. I'm like, hey, this secret society exists. It does this, this, and this. You know, what can you do with that? Like, where can you put that, right? If I give it more players, then we get a lot more shit going on. Oh yeah, here it is. Here's the tone, right? So the Bible's tone is hard R cult corporate tech noir, built on classic Shadowrun 3rd edition. So we're gonna get RoboCop meets Blade Runner meets Heat meets Terminator, Predator, Aliens, Total Recall, filtered through the Shadowrun Megacorp cruelty, professional crime. Oh, it's gonna be awesome. Core tone locks. We got cyberpunk first, noir, hard R action, occult corporate horror, magic is real. Yeah, that's cool. Analog retro future. That one was important too. I wanted it to stay 90s. Cool then costly. So runners can look sharp and dangerous, but wins leave bills, ammo wounds. Hard difficulty, fair danger. The world is not scaled around the player characters, okay? Danger will be telegraphed through patrols, evidence, routines, cameras, sound, bodies, contacts, and security postures. So we are playing on like fucking Gary Gygax difficulty. There's no hand holding. We gotta be cool, you know? And then less exposition, more demolition. Skip filler and logistics when nothing meaningful changes. Jump to choices, danger reveals consequences or payoff. So yeah, now we got a much better like game master engine and tone for everything. So I'm hoping this will show up in the Mercurial run. And I'm also gonna mine like more stories to kind of put into the sandbox. And the sandbox is using an open, what the fuck, there's a technical term for it. It's called like open matrix game theory, where instead of like a closed kind of lane, we're free to do whatever we want. And then what happens is it creates smaller sandboxes. All right, let's see now. It's already, we're already 21 minutes in. I guess I'll just start it. Now, if Kurt shows up, he can take control, but I'll just play as Kurt. So we're playing on very hard red line. We're using the subsystems. All right. So current state, Monday, June 7th, 2060, about 4:35 Seattle local time. I believe, yeah, it's going to tell us. Kurt, we did the, he's usually fashionably late. That's true. But I'm also good, but me and him did a, what's it called? We did the blue room, and so we got a lot of evidence on Max. We have physical evidence on Max, so I think the next scene is we're going to try and tell Maria Mercurial that Max is dirty, basically, and then maybe figure out a way to get Max. All right, Ultranova and Kurt have returned from the blue room evidence run. Maria Mercurial is alive and unwounded inside Kurt Real's abandoned warehouse safe house. Real is guarding her and watching the Trid news feeds. Neverconquer is down on the cot. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna tell it. Hey, Kurt and Real are and Maria are free to move around the safe house. Safe house. Redo the scene. Wait, as they please, redo the scene. No, no, you have not recovered yet. So what I'm gonna do is, my wife in the game is a healer, like she's a mage. I'm gonna call her and have her come to try and do magical healing. So you're not worthless, but you're like wounded. So you're like a minus, you got like a +2 on all your rolls now. I'm gonna make it redo that because I don't want the idea that Kurt, Real, and Maria don't move around in the safe house is kind of silly, but I don't need to, you know, because it's like, what, you just stayed in bed the whole time? Well, I gotta reset the music because the music's done. Oh, let's do Super C. Let's do Contra Super C. Fuck yeah. You find it 50 laying around too long has a negative effect, right? Yeah, you can't just be lying on that mattress this whole time. I mean, I know you're wounded, but like, You know, I guess I should also establish that maybe there's a bathroom and like a shower at the safe house. I don't think I've done that. You know, just one though. I don't, you know, there shouldn't really be more than that. I'll do that the next chance I get. I don't want to like dick with it now because we're already loading the scene again. Oh, you know, here's the other thing I can do. Oh, wait, no, I can't. Never mind. That's weird. I can do it on the phone. I can have the AI talk to me. Let me look here. I guess I could still do it. Doo-doo. All right, so here's the map. Oh, the map's about right. So the maps will always kind of change a little bit, but the fiction of where things are is always the same. What I need to do is find the AI they use to make these this music and just download it, and then just make my own like 2-hour or 3-hour loop for these streams. You know, ripping off other people's music, like video game music or like Blade Runner. Okay, here we go. Finally loaded. Rain saws down the warehouse roof in long silver lines. The safe house is not quiet. It grieves. Old pipes tick. A busted refrigerator hums near the office wall. Somewhere behind the shelving, water drips into a plastic bucket with the patience of a debt collector. Kurt is not standing post like a pawn on a board. He moves through his own place with restless burglary energy, checking the side door chain, wiping rain off his face. Oh, is this? Yeah. Hold on, let me read the first scene. God damn it. What time is it on this? Doesn't tell me, you fuckers. Alright, Ultranova and Kurt have returned from the Blue Room evidence. Maria Mercurial is alive and unwounded inside Kurt Real's abandoned warehouse, safe house. Real is guarding her and watching the Trid news feed. Neverconquer is down on a cot with a moderate physical wound. So your wound did go up, I think, right? Like you're not... Like, maybe you were always a moderate. From the Underworld 93 attack, managed by Mercy Span Clinic, but not healed. The Ford America and Kurt's motorcycles are inside the warehouse. The Blue Room evidence is strong, but not complete. It points hard at Max Foley, Gavin Rowe, and Celeste Mars' orbit, shaping Maria's movement. Armando Yakuza blame Max's rescue position, and a cheap Halloweener-style deniable attack look. It still does not cleanly prove who paid the gunman or show a direct sign order from Max. Okay, so then we do this one. Then we do the rain. Ah, I see. Okay. Rain saws down the warehouse roof in long silver lines. The safe house is not quiet. It breathes. Kurt is not standing post like a pawn on a board. He moves through his own place with restless burglar energy, checking the side door chain, wiping rain off his face with his sleeve, glanced at the evidence bench, then back toward the vehicle like he is already planning the next exit. Real has the Trid muted and 3 feeds crawling across the scavenge flat screen. He paces when he thinks. Predator 2 low at his side, not aimed at anyone. He checks on Maria once, then lets her be. Maria Mercurial moves because nobody is holding her still. She washes her hands in the little office sink. Oh, so there is a sink. Comes back barefoot on cold concrete, reads the labels on the Blue Room evidence, then walks over near Neverconquer's cot. Her face is pale, but she is not helpless. She looks angry now. Tired, scared, but angry enough to stay upright. Well, she should be fucking pissed. Neverconquer lies on the cot under a gray blanket. Sweat on his forehead, bandage under his shirt, shotgun within reach, but not in his hands. He sees Maria looking and gives her a half a grin. Don't worry, he mutters. I'm doing great. This is just my dramatic album cover pose. Maria almost laughs. It does not quite make it out. Ultranova stands near the evidence bench with the Blue Room chips, photos copied, file fragments under the lamp. The room has shifted from extraction panic into an uglier part of shadow work, deciding what truth is worth, who can use it, and who dies if it gets moved wrong. Kurt returns from the side door and taps the evidence bench with one gloved finger. This is good, he says. Not clean good. There's a difference. Real stops pacing near the feed desk. Public story is already getting shaped, he says. Organized crime intimidation. Max is the responsible manager. Maria as the endangered property everyone suddenly cares about. Somebody's feeding the machine before sunrise. Maria looks down at the chip case. Max wanted me scared of Armando, she says. He wanted me needing him. That much is there. Kurt nods once. But not the payment trail, not the shooters, not a signed confession. Neverconquer shifts, breath catching for a second as the wound bites him. Beautiful, he says. We stole the truth, but it still needs a lawyer, a gun, and a better wardrobe. Maria's eyes move to Ultranova. I'm not going back to Max, she says. I'm not letting him hand me a script and call it rescue. The feeds keep scrolling. The safe house gives everyone room to move, but the city outside is already moving too. What's our pressure? Maria is alive, cooperative, and not restrained. Kurt, Real, and Maria may move freely inside the safe house. Specific orders, right? Neverconquer has moderate physical damage and should not be treated as fit or active for watch patrol. Blue room evidence strongly implicates Max. Evidence still lacks a clean payment trail. So that might be what we need to do, is try and find out, like, paid him? We need to get Max. But we need to heal you first. So Maria waits, Kurt waits, Real waits. Not for permission to exist for Ultranova's call and what the crew does with the truth. Okay, I'm gonna put Ultranova calls his wife. Actually, you know what? I can't just call her to come because, you know, she's at home taking care of the baby. So what I'll do is I'll call her and then take you over to my house. I'm also going to put calls my wife along a secure line. Untraceable line. There we go. I don't need to know how I do it. I just need to do it. Is there someone with the client? Yeah, Real and Kurt will stay. We'll stay with Maria to guard her and wait for Ultranova and Neverconquer to come back. We'll take the car. So hopefully, while we're doing this, Real and Kurt and Maria don't get attacked, but they shouldn't get attacked because they don't. No one knows where the fuck this safe house is. There is some risk taking you back to my place. Because what if someone's watched my place and tails us back? But that's okay. I have like a driving skill of 6. I'll lose them. I know how to drive the car where we won't get trailed back, so we'll be fine. This might not be the smartest plan, but it fits the world and the lore, I feel. Because we need to somehow heal you, and it's and the only thing I can think of is magical healing, and the only mage we know is my wife. So she might as well heal your ass. Won't show the thing because it loves to spoil shit in the thing.
Hey, Alex, what's up?
Hello.
I, I like how in the movie poster, because I added an appearance thing now so that our appearances stay close. It made like Kurt like Harry Potter for some reason. I don't know. it made my character look like kind of like a young Stallone. And then real looks fine. You know, like, like real looks fine. You look like Hobo Santa Claus, and that's fine too. That works. Oh shit! Here we go. Well, we can't use treat anyways because it's been over an hour since you've been hit. But yeah, so now hopefully when I make the images, it won't just make us look like 4 random dudes. We'll have a consistent look at the very least. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I like this movie poster too, man, because it's like it's so Blade Runner. So that's good. We don't have to change you then. Maybe Kurt might want his image changed, or maybe he likes that. Maybe he likes to look like. Oh, we're still waiting for the thing. Yeah. Oh my god, you're gonna roll for travel? Really? Fucking. Hope we don't get carjacked. Ultranova and Neverconquer drive into a gang war. It's like, oh fuck. At 5 in the morning, really? Then it's like, what do you do? I go around the gang war. I don't fucking deal with it. It's taking its sweet ass time. Oh Jesus, do we get a critical fail? Oh god. No, wait, we're still doing the fucking phone call? Wait, did I fail the phone call? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, that's how they're gonna get us. Oh no. This is supposed to be routine. Oh god. I'm supposed to be like an elite hacker dude. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it, it'll be funny. Can I go back to bed? No, we're driving to my fucking house in the suburbs. I have a middle class house. I pay like $5,000 a month for it, for my lifestyle. That's canon. That's in the game. Oh, it's a fucking finally. Alright, Ultranova looks at the evidence bench, then at Neverconquer on the cot. The choice lands cold and practical. Maria stays here. The wounded man gets moved. Cosmic gets warning. The baby stays out of this. That's fair. Kurt listens and nods once. Good. I'll lock this place down without making her feel like a prisoner. Real points 2 fingers at Ultranova and then at the door. Should I have Kurt and Real like talk to her while we're gone? I made Real an NPC, so I can't control him anymore, but Kurt's still a PC. I can control him, I believe. Alright, take the car. I'll keep the trid low and the gun high. Maria moves where she wants inside the building. Nobody walks her out unless she says so or the roof comes off. Maria folds her arms, jaw tight. I'm not helpless. I'm also not stupid. I'll stay here. Neverconquer pushes himself up slow, face going gray under the warehouse lamp. Fantastic. House call with the desert witch. Tell her I'm allergic to dying. Ultranova steps away from the evidence bench and works the call through a layered runner route. Short burst, disposable relay, hard cutoffs, no names, no addresses spoken, no Maria, no Max, no Mercurial. Oh yeah, that's stupid. The line does not come up green. One relay in the chain gives the wrong handshake. Not a trace warning, not an alarm, just the kind of wrong that tells a Decker with Bills, a wife, and a kid that untraceable is a word people use right before they get sloppy. Ultranova kills the full secure connection before voice rides it. Then he uses the fallback, a short-coded call under 10 seconds. Cosmic answers, groggy but sharp. Don't say names, she says immediately. Ultranova gives her the code. Company coming. Hurt bad. Garage entry, keep the baby down. There's 1 second of silence, then Cosmic says, garage, couch cleared. I'll get the candles and clean water. If Coyote starts making jokes, I'm charging extra. Alright. Kurt walks the side door, then the roll up, then the office window. Real helps Neverconquer stand, not gently, but carefully. Maria brings his jacket over without being asked. Neverconquer gets one arm through, then stops and breathes through his teeth. Cool, he says. Cool, cool, cool. I'm just gonna pretend my ribs are a shareholder meeting and ignore them. Real gives him the Predator 2 grip first. You drop that in the car. I'm charging you sentimental value. Neverconquer takes it. His shotgun goes wrapped low under the blanket near his feet. He is not fit for a fight, but he is not going to Ultranova's house unarmed. Yeah, you don't want to come to my house without a shotgun, man. Ultranova keeps the Blue Room evidence at the warehouse under Kurt Real control. No reason to drag the hottest proof in the city to a family house unless he means to. Ford America rolls out into the alley with its headlights low and its engine trying to sound like every other tired sedan in Seattle. The city is wet black glass. Custodian lamps smear themselves across puddles. Delivery trucks cough through intersections. Lone Star cruisers sit under overpasses like sleeping sharks. Ultranova drives like a man who knows routes are a language. No straight line, no dramatic speed, no panic. He uses boring streets, old delivery habits, camera sparse turns, and the kind of legal stops that make pursuit show itself by impatience. Neverconquer rides beside him, pale and sweating, one hand pressed over the bandage. Your wife actually good at this, he asks. Ultranova gives him the look. What is the look? Neverconquer shuts his eyes. It's like... Right, stupid question. Married men don't survive lying about their wife's magic. That's true. The Americar reaches Ultranova's block without an obvious tail. The garage door comes up only high enough to swallow the Americar, then it drops. I know, right? Cosmic is waiting inside in an oversized dark robe over black clothes. Long dark hair loose, eyes awake now. Nose ring catching. Okay, let me do this. All right, so I'll make a little picture of it. Okay. Where was I in this one? Long dark hair loose, eyes awake now, nose ring catching the weak garage light. He has a baby monitor clipped to her robe pocket and a heavy pistol set on a shelf far from the child's side of the house. Not pointed, not theatrical, present. Behind her, the house is dim, middle lifestyle, real bills, real dishes, real child asleep somewhere down the hall. Not a hardened runner bunker. Cosmic looks at Neverconquer and the blood dark bandage. Couch, she says. Shoes off. You're bleeding on my floor, hero. Neverconquer half laughs, then regrets it immediately. She looks at Ultranova. Treat window's gone. If this happened when you said it happened. Heal can still work, but I need to touch him. Oh shit, it's still making the thing. Damn it, where are we? Ah! Oh yeah, heal can still work, but I need to touch him. And this leaves a magical signature. Also, if he's got more chrome in him than the sheet says, the spell gets uglier. He helps to get Neverconquer inside. Clean water, towels, candles, smoke, salt lying on a chip saucer. The baby monitor hisses softly. Cosmic puts her hands just above the bandage, not touching yet. Her voice drops. Tell me how hard you want me to push. Okay, so what are the healing rules? Your heal spell can be administered later. Heal is a touch range, that's fine. Each success can heal one physical damage box up to force to reduce permanence time. We don't know how much cybernetics you have, though. The more cybernetics you have, the more, the less effective the heal spell will be. But it'll also leave an astral signature, which we're not fighting mages, so I don't care. Cosmic is ready to heal on Neverconquer. Declare the force and how much of her spell pool goes to casting versus drain resistance. Oh, that's right. She's a player character. I don't know shit about magic. Oh, let's look at this picture that it's generating. I'm gonna put she pushes herself hard and uses whatever spell points she needs to heal as much of Neverconquer as she can. There we go. And I'll just wait for this little picture. Okay, that's not too. Neverconquer's essence is about 3 or 4, so you're still kind of human. Your essence isn't 1. You don't have that much cybernetic shit on you. So that's not too bad. Heal drain for moderate rune is moderate drain. She can be drained. We're only going to use her for this scene unless she shows up in chat and wants to play. But I think she's, you know, I think she's on the phone talking to someone, so we're good. What other things happen in these little boxes here? Let's see. Counter surveillance movement. I have car 5, so that ain't bad. 3 successes. See, so that's why I'm not worried about getting tailed unless we're being tailed by someone really good. So it looks like I failed here. Oh man, I almost rolled all 1s. I have a computer level of 6 for fuck's sake. That's 6 dice. We couldn't beat 4. All right, the picture's loaded. No, it's not loaded. Thought it was. So the way I did the dice rolls is we're using like a Python script, but I'm also doing it like Doom. So before everything, before an adventure happens, it randomly generates a bunch. Our luck is crap now. Can only get better, right? That's true. Hey, at least I aborted the call before anything happened, right? But so the rolls, so what it does is it generates a bunch of random rolls, like random die 6 rolls, and it just goes through them, and it does that every session. That's kind of how Doom works, but Doom doesn't actually have random numbers. Its random numbers are always set. If this thing doesn't, I was experiencing problems with the image creation tool earlier. It might be doing the same shit now, where it's not going to make the image, which sucks. I'll give it another minute, and then if it doesn't happen, I'm gonna... Usually when the text is here, it's bugged, notice, so we're just gonna do the next scene. Oh shit, can I not do the next scene? All right, fine, I'm just gonna copy and paste this and then refresh this. Hold on. Okay, so I had to abort the image. I'll try another image after this comes up. I tried to make the architecture in the Bible faster. I mean, it cut it down a little bit, but not. You still have to wait a lot when stuff happens, especially when stuff involves like magic or like hacking, because it has to look up the rules for that.
Tonight, your mattress does the work for you.
So the cool thing is, once it's loaded into like the chat, it goes by a lot faster. It's just the beginning parts. It's like slow. Now, I don't know how magic really works. You don't have like magic points. It's not like Dungeons and Dragons. We don't have hit points and we don't have magic points. We have different levels of like of being hurt. So I assume it's the same thing with drain, which is like the thing that happens when magic spell users use spells. You take this now. And also, I haven't played as a mage yet, so I have no idea how to do the mage combat. So that's why I just had her just auto do it. Have the AI like use the spell pools and all that stuff correctly, which is nice. I'm glad that we don't have to actually like, because like the hacking mini game's also a pain in the ass. All right, Cosmic does not argue. She strips the bandage back far enough to see the shape of the wound, then puts 2 fingers against Neverconquer's sternum and 1 palm over the injury. The baby monitor hisses from her robe pocket. Somewhere down the hall, the house breathes like a sleeping animal. Don't move, she says. Neverconquer looks at Ultranova. Tell her I'm extremely brave and emotionally mature. All right, hold on. I'm gonna try the image again while we read the fiction. Cosmic's eyes do not leave the wound. You're leaking on my couch. She starts low under her breath. Not church Latin, not hermetic geometry, desert road Spanish, cigarette rasp English, nonsense syllables that sound like AM radio under a thunderhead. Cheap candles gutter sideways through the air in the room. The air in the room is still. How can I say that? The magic comes in ugly, not gold light, not clean miracle work. It feels like invisible hands pulling barbed wire out through meat, 1 hook at a time. Neverconquer's back arches, his jaw locks. His hand clamps down on the couch hard enough to make the frame creak. Cosmic pushes harder. Her nose starts bleeding before she notices. Then the spill catches, but not cleanly enough. The bleeding slows. The gray under Neverconquer's skin fades a little bit. His breathing stops hitching every time his ribs move. The wound is still there, still angry, still enough to slow him down, but is no longer dragging him toward collapse. Cosmic keeps her hand in place, eyes black and wet with reflected candlelight. Frag, she whispers. Coyote's being cheap tonight. Why did you say frag? I'm supposed to say fuck. All right, let's see. Let's look at the mechanics here. So she had to get a target 10 minus the essence, right? Your essence is like 3 or 4. So the target was 7. So she only got 1 success. So she needed 3. You're kidding me with all these fucking dice? I guess she needed to roll a 6 and then roll like, well, basically a 1. That's how she got 10. You roll a 6 and then you can roll again. So you only healed 1. Let's see. I guess you're only light physical wound now. So instead of a +2 modifier, it's just a +1, which ain't too bad. Heal drain for current wound severity, moderate drain. Moderate drain, stage down by 3. Cosmic takes no drain. Okay, so she didn't get drained by it. Neverconquer lies back, sweating hard, but his voice is steadier. Okay, he says, good news. I no longer feel like I'm being repossessed by my own lungs. Cosmic wipes her nose with the back of her wrist and looks at Ultranova. He's still hurt. Light, not moderate. Don't let him play hero unless you want me doing this twice for no reason. And I can't fix the same wound twice. Okay, so she can't do it again. Why can't she do it again? At Kurt, Cosmic goes still under the sound, settles back into the soft static. At Kurt and Real's warehouse, Maria is still under guard. Here in Ultranova's house, the magic is done and the house now has a fresh astral fingerprint in it. That's fine. No more hero for you. We'll keep you close to Maria with the shotgun. But you're not going to be like scouting or anything like that. Am I not going to get any images in this chat? Is that what's going to happen? That sucks. Yeah, because usually when the text is here, instead of like up here, the image bugs out, and it never loads. So we might not get any new images this chat, unfortunately, even though I added a fucking appearance engine. And that's like a chat GBT thing. That's not really. I gotta refresh. All right. Okay. We'll just go back to the safe house. We do what we tried to do here. I was hoping she could get more hit points back from you. But at least you're not like -2 anymore, or +2 or whatever, so +1 ain't too bad. And that's an actual Shadowrun mechanic from 3rd edition. At first I thought it would be like a rich get richer kind of like rule, you know, how when you get wounded you start to be worse at shit. Yeah, you're better than you were, that's true. But what I found is what makes it cool is, like, let's say you're fighting 5 people. And normally when you're fighting 5 people, what do? You focus down one guy, right? You kill him. That way he's not a threat. But when wounds exist, you might not actually focus down one dude. You might spread the damage out, because maybe it's better that you fight 5 people who are damaged and it's harder for them to shoot you than it is to, like, just, you know, kill one guy and then you have 4 fresh guys. You know what I'm saying? What should the next one be? We'll do Follow the Foot Clan, the Turtles Game Boy game. Do that music. I had that on the Game Boy too. I don't think I remember the music in it though. Oh, I know this one. Everyone knows this theme. I was thinking too, like the fight in Turtles, you know, the one in the movie where they're in the in April's antique warehouse or whatever, when Raphael crashes through the ceiling. You had it on Game Boy too? Yeah, I think I had that one in Tetris, and that was kind of it. I might have had Mario. It was a little easy, and it, you know, it did suffer from the turtles being samey. The second one was all right. I had that one too. I didn't have the third one. The third one was like a Metroidvania. This one I'm actually kind of interested in playing again. At some point, hopefully when I get my analog, or when I get the capture card put back in my computer, I can get some analog streams and I can play Game Boy Turtles 3. It sucks that it's not a Game Boy Color game though, and no one's colorized it. I'm hoping someone does that. You're surprised you can make the cowabunga sound in the game? It's always amazing what, you know, I think the Game Boy actually has more sound channels than the NES, or it had something like it has stereo and the NES doesn't. I think that's kind of it when it comes to like the classic Turtle games. I'm trying to think, because, you know, there's the first one, the NES. I played that one and I beat the third one on stream. It was low quality but understandable. That's true. Did they just go cowabunga? Was it like when you press start? I hear someone like did a remake of Follow the Foot Clan. You know, for like the PC, it's like a fan game. That one might be fun, kind of fun to check out. What I wanted from a Turtles game when I was a kid was I wanted, like, you know, the beat 'em ups were fine, like the Turtles arcade. But what I really wanted was a Turtles game where we could, like, you know, each turtle had different abilities and did different things. And the only thing that does that is like Turtles 3 on the Game Boy. Oh yeah, back when I was saying though, like in the fight in the movie, you know, when Raphael falls through the ceiling, that's a really cool fight because it's like, you know, this fire starts and everything, like the characters are outnumbered, and then there's fire. The fire adds like pressure. So going back to the timer treat reward, you know, the reward is rescuing Raphael and getting out of there. You know, the timer is the fire and the threat is the Foot Clan. Cosmic keeps her hand on Neverconquer until the spell sets. Then she pulls away, wipes the blood from under her nose, and looks at Ultranova like she is trying not to say every angry thing a wife has earned the right to say. Ultranova kisses her goodbye. For 1 second, the job, the blue room, Max Foley, Maria Mercurial, and the whole rotten Seattle machine fall outside the garage walls. Cosmic kisses him back hard and quick. You always wanted the Turtles game to be like Batman Arkham, or like the Arkham games? That would be cool too. What's up, ball busting babe? Like if they were like, especially like the one where you get to play as like Robin and that, if you could play as all 4 turtles and they had different abilities, like, you know, maybe Donatello's like good at hacking or some shit. So, you know, then she puts her forehead against his. Come back alive, she says, and don't bring this shit to the baby's door twice in one night. Neverconquer, already half standing near the America, raises one hand. For the record, I'm also pro not dying. Cosmic points at him without looking away from Ultranova. You sit down before I put you down. Neverconquer sits. The garage opens just enough to let the America nose out in the pre-dawn rain. Cosmic waits until the car clears, then drops the door. The house goes dark behind him. Ultranova takes the long way back. Not the fastest route, not the cleanest. The route that makes a tail work for it. Yeah, we do all that stuff. That's all just flavor. Neverconquer rides behind him with the seating recline. Predator 2 tucked be where he can reach it. The heal spell has done its work. Pain still owns part of him. Your wife's scary, he says after a while. Rain beads across the windshield. Sodium lights cut his face into gold and black. Yeah, or like I said, a Metroidvania-like game. Each turtle has skills to progress and use. Like that's what, like I wanted that, or like something like, you know, like the Sonic games where it's like, you know how like Knuckles is different than Sonic, but you do the same levels but they open up different paths. That would have been cool too. Rain beams across the windshield. Sodium light cuts his face into gold and black. That was a compliment, he adds, in case married guy translation matters. The America slides through the city without drawing a visible hook. No obvious tail, no sudden Lone Star curiosity, no repeated sedan 2 turns back, but the trip costs time because the clean travel always does. How much fucking time did it cost? What time is it? Oh, okay, right here. It's 5 o'clock. Okay, so it's we were gone for like an hour. That's not a big deal. A block out, Ultranova kills the headlights for half a breath while rolling past the warehouse approach. The roll-up door is down. Kurt's tiny marker is in place near the rusted exterior latch. Not obvious unless you know to look. No fresh vehicle sits wrong. No new light leaks from the side windows. No body language in the street says ambush. Inside the warehouse, the Trid glows, pulses behind dirty glass. Yeah, sure. Approach check. Why would I need to check the approach? We have allies there. I guess if someone was watching us, but wouldn't they just kill us? Right. Ultranova brings the America in. The roll-up door grinds open just enough that closes behind the car with the wet metal groan. Did you want to be in on this, ball busting babe? You haven't been in on the Mercurial run, but just let me know. I'll write you in somehow. We have a lot of people involved. Kurt is waiting inside the shotgun, with shotgun low, muzzle point at the floor until he sees who it is. He lets the breath out through his nose. Good, you made it. Why does Kurt have a shotgun? His weapon of choice is an SMG or like a pistol. Ah, fuck it. Fuck it. It's the fucking AI drift, man. Real stands near the feed test, Predator 2 in hand. Trid still muted. Maria is not sitting still. But I'm gonna tell her, like, Kurt uses a Magnum. I can do that if it doesn't get too confusing. Yeah, I need to figure out why, because the other problem too is, like, you know, if I put you in, then we got to split the pay more, right? And then you don't get paid. Do we know where Danny DeVito is? I could send Ball Busting Babe to find her. You're like off screen. We'd have to pay her. I guess we could pay her. Like I probably have enough cash, right? No, I know Real has enough. Real has like 100,000 UN. All right, I'm just gonna correct that Kurt problem there. Or see if the client will cover it. We don't even work for Max anymore. The client, the agent is the guy that tried to kill Maria and then hired us. My assumption is he hired us And then he hired a crap hit squad? Like, because the guy, he just hired 2 assholes with like trench coats and shotguns to hit her on stage, right? And then we beat him. So yeah, so we don't get paid anyways. I mean, like, Maria probably has money. She can pay us. And that's kind of what we're doing, is we're just trying to save her. Figure out what the hell's going on with that. We could have Ball Busting Babe, like we can have Real call Ball Busting Babe and then pay her like a grand or something to like do some legwork off camera. You know what I mean? Like she can try to figure out where Max is, and then we can kidnap Max. But we need intel. That's something that can be done. All right, where was I in this? Okay, Ultranova brings the Americar in. The roll-up door grinds open just enough, then closes behind the car with a wet metal groan. Kurt is waiting inside. Oh yeah, that's the shotgun one. Real stands near the feed. Predator 2. The printed still is a copy. Labels like someone trying to build a ladder out of broken glass. She looks at Neverconquer first. You look less dead. Neverconquer gives her a weak thumbs up. Premium service, hurt like hell. Would not recommend the couch. Real jerks his chin toward the trid. Public story got worse while you were gone. In an hour? Foley's people are moving. Not a full statement yet, but his name's starting to show up next to words like concern, protective, and private security. Someone's trying to make him look like the adult in the room before breakfast. Kurt locks the vehicle door behind Ultranova and moves toward the evidence bench. Maria stayed inside. Nobody came through the door. No calls were answered. No knocks. No dumb hero moves. Maria does not look up from the evidence. I want him exposed, she says. Not just scared, exposed. The rain keeps beating on the warehouse roof. The crew is back together. Mostly. Neverconquer is alive but wounded. Cosmic's magic brought him breathing room. The evidence is still hot. The media machine is already eating by morning. Oh, eating the morning. So my guess is what he's doing is or maybe his plan all along was for us to stop the hit, and then he could take credit that he hired us. What he didn't think was going to happen was that we were going to put her in a car and drive away. You know, like, I don't know what Max's motives are, but I think we just need to get Max and then ask him. Yeah, let's see. Correction, locked for Kurt is using his Magnum, not a shotgun. My last narration said he had a shotgun, was wrong. This is Magnum like named? Hold on. I gotta bitch at the AI like a manager. You better verify. Okay. So what I'll probably do is we'll have a meeting with Maria, right? Because we kind of need to sort of like brief her on what's going on and what we think is happening. And then we also need to find Max. So we can use Ball Busting Babe to find Max. We'll have like Real call her. We'll have Ultranova like call her through a secure line, and then Real will pay for her to shadow or find Max. That way we don't have to do the legwork. Someone else can be detective, you know? Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's in the Bible for crying. Kurt's handgun is a Ruger Super Warhawk heavy revolver. You like ball busting? I like busting the AI's balls with things like, hey, AI, get your act together, right? Like the AI is like, hey man, like this dude has a real weapon. Use the real fucking weapon. He's got a character sheet and everything. Use that. Don't just fucking, why weren't you using the Super Warhawk in the first place? Okay. You know, I gotta keep it in line. The crew at the warehouse discuss plans with Maria. The intent is that Max set her up and we need to find Max. Does she know where Max is? Okay, so I'm gonna lead with that, right? If she doesn't know where Max is, that means we got to figure out where the fuck he is. And what I might do, because I find going around doing the breadcrumb shit really boring, is I'll just fucking say Ball-busting Babe goes after him off screen. And she plays Detective Forrest, so we don't have to fucking do it. Back here, let's see now. Look, he still hasn't reloaded his gun though. It's kept at 5 out of 6 rounds. None of us have reloaded our guns. Silly clunker. Yeah. I guess I need to add a thing where it's like after a mission or after a run, if there's a pause, they reload their fucking guns. You know, like, yeah, it's like the comic books. Meanwhile, right? Because like we can play out the scene and we can go around. Like, let's say we have to go to the club. Because I don't know if you know this, Ball-busting Babe, but here's the plot, right? Neverconquer was called while I was having coffee with him at a cafe, and we have to go protect this woman named Maria Mercurial. You were hired by her agent. She's a movie star, or not a movie star. She's a rock star in Shadowrun, and she's got like cybernetic limbs, but they're not like, you know, made to kill. They're like made to look awesome and cool and help her dance or some shit. Needless to say, she got hit on stage by like 2 guys, and we took them out. Then we took her to a warehouse, and then we started to piece together that Max is the one that set her up. And we just got back, like me and Kurt just got back raiding this one like place to find out that, yeah, Max is definitely behind it. And so that's the plot. That's what's going on. He stands over the evidence bench while Ultranova lays it out plain. Max set her up, or was deep enough in the setup that the difference may not matter. The next question is finding him before the city's morning story turns him into the worried manager and Maria into damaged property. Kurt leans against a shelving upright with his smart-linked Ruger Super Warhawk. Now you fucking name it. Low in his right hand. Real keeps the feeds muted. Neverconquer sits on the cot, still pale. You know what? I'm gonna bitch that again. We need to be using the tone in the Bible. Cosmic spiderweb should never have said frag. He should have said fuck. There we go. Yeah, that's right. Like I'm the editor. Where are we here? Oh yeah. Real keeps the feeds muted. Neverconquer sits on the cot, still pale. You just go right back to the cot. Fucking love that cot, man. Still pale, one hand over his healing wound. Maria does not flinch at Max's name anymore. The fear has curdled into anger. Do I know where he is right now? No. She taps one of the blue room photo stills with a fingernail. But I know where he'd usually be if he thought he was winning. He starts counting on her fingers. His office. You mark the cot with, yeah, it's your cot now, man. I said we had bunk beds in the fucking thing, but no, it just keeps putting a cot there, so fuck it, it's yours now. His office, his private line, his apartment system, the after show routes, his driver, the people he calls when he wants a story clean before it hits the morning feed. Kurt looks at Ultranova. Apartment system? Maria nods. Oh, thank God, he's got an apartment. We can just go beat him up or something. Max lives through telecom, calls, messages, building gadgets, recording gear, office machinery. He likes being able to touch everything from one chair. If he ran, he still had to call somebody. Max can't breathe unless somebody is listening to him talk. Real's mouth tightens. That tracks. Guys like him don't hide quiet. They hide behind a receptionist, a lawyer, a bodyguard, or a live camera. Like Half-Baked, sincerely the guy on the couch. Remember when they roughed up the guy on the couch too? In Half-Baked, it's like, no, they killed the dog and they roughed up the guy on the couch. He's still on the fucking couch. Maria looks back at Ultranova 5. He was supposed to be stage left after the second set. That was the plan. He confirmed personally. If he wasn't there when the attack hit, either he was warned off, pulled away, or he wanted me walking into the corridor without him. Neverconquer shifts on the cot. So you're not looking for Max. Wait, so we're not looking for Max the criminal mastermind. We're looking for Max the loud little bastard who suddenly needs protection. Maria's voice goes colder. Exactly. She gives Ultranova the usable pieces she can safely remember without activating her own gear. Okay. Maria does not know his location. She knows like his office, his private telecom line. Max personally confirmed, well, yeah, he's not there anymore, obviously. He was supposed to be there after the second set. Maria did not see him when the attack began. Practical implication: Maria cannot point to Max in the room right now. She can give enough contact location system hooks for legwork. You love how he's on the couch floating laying down. Yeah, when they give the guy on the couch some weed. Maria pushes the copy chip case toward Ultranova. If you find him, don't let him talk first. Max turns every room into a stage. Make him answer one thing at a time. Why stage left, why he vanished, why Gavin had the language ready, and who told him it was going to happen. Real glances at the trick crawl. Morning cycle is getting close. If Foley makes a clean public statement before you put pressure on him, he gets first draft of reality. Oh shit, we gotta get him before he talks to the media. You know, I also call us meanies. Kurt checks the cylinder on his Super Warhawk, then closes it with a control click. Then we find the little bastard. Alright, okay. Okay, so that's the tone. Cool. Let me think here. Should we call Max? Like, because we have Maria's phone. We can call him. Set up like an ambush. You know, pretend that we're still on his side and we were just laying low for like a day. Like we haven't kidnapped her or anything. Set up like a meeting location, let's say an abandoned parking lot. We can even do a thing where one of us meets him there. That way he doesn't have an ambush there, right? One of us meets him there, and then we go to the actual place where we meet up with him, like a park or some shit. Can we trick him into paying us for fake killing her?
USA safe pilot rewards safe drive.
You mean like we tell him that we killed her? And that he owes us money? Actually, you know what? Let's ask Maria this. Let's see. Who should ask her? The real will ask her. We'll make Real ask her. He'll be the asshole. It's like, listen, lady, like, you know, we saved your life, but we're not getting paid for any of this shit. Offer to kill her for money? But that might tip our hat too. Yeah, but don't do it. Right. You mean like misdirect him into paying us? But we still need to get him though. You know what I'm saying? Like we still need to get our hands on this guy. And the only way I can think of getting our hands on him, other than like camping his office or trying to figure out where he's doing the press conference or this press statement or whatever the fuck he's doing. He's probably doing a pre-recorded press statement. He's probably not doing like a press conference, right? So he probably just sends like a VHS tape or whatever the fuck they use in Shadowrun to like a news media site. So getting him between, you know, like finding him between the two things, it ain't gonna happen. Maybe camping his office. The only thing I can think is calling his ass. All right, okay, here we go. Real watches the muted trick crawl for another few seconds, then kills the volume all the way and turns from the feed desk. Maria says, I don't mean to be an asshole, but I'm going to be practical. If Max is more likely the one behind all this, how do we get paid? The room goes still around the question. Kurt does not interrupt, stands by, shelving, but he just fucking loves that gun now that I told him that he has it. Low at his side, eyes moving between Maria and the door. Maria looks at Real first, then at Ultranova, then at Neverconquer on the cot. No, she says, that's fair. She pulls one of the evidence stills closer, but she's not really looking at it. Max hired you, Max promised the money. If Max set me up, then the job was fucked from the start. But I'm still alive because of you. Oh, I used the word fuck, thank you! Real gives a small nod. Alive doesn't pay clinic bills. Maria's jaw tightens. I know. She turns slightly towards Ultranova now. I have money, real money, not club tip money, but Max in the business office controls too much of the day-to-day access. Advances, tour accounts, security accounts, publicist payments, it all goes through the machine. If I touch the wrong line right now, he sees it and somebody tells him, so we can't get paid now. The AI is like, I better keep it together or I'll be disciplined, right? I'll yell at you again. I gotta be a middle manager when it comes to the AI. I gotta be like, no, no, no. No, 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 their gender was this and not that. Yeah, mention the Magnum as much as I can now. What it did with the, yeah, what it just kept giving you the same fucking catchphrase. Well, that was actually kind of funny. It made you seem like a crazy person, but we just let it go. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. She's got some kind of tick. Just let it. Just don't worry about it. Neverconquer mutters from the cot. Love this industry. Everybody's rich until the bastard with the keys say no. Maria's eyes harden. So we do it clean enough to hold and dirty enough to work. I can sign a new agreement with you right now. I personally retain the 4 of you to protect me and help expose whoever arranged the hit. Same base pay Max offered, 5,000 each, plus documented medical expenses from this job. Oh, good, we got healthcare. Neverconquer's fucking medical bill gets paid. What's impressive is how many times the AI can work it in. That is true. It did seem like the AI loved to give you that catchphrase at any given moment, and it was appropriate. It was just silly that you kept repeating it. All right, real does not smile. Paper doesn't spend. No, Maria says, but it gives you leverage. I can also record a statement saying Max's contract is compromised and I still want you protecting me, and that payment comes out of my accounts once I regain independent access. So she's Britney Spears now? I gotta make sure we get her access of her shit? If I get killed, the statement goes to press. Armando or whatever lawyer isn't already bought. Kurt looks at Ultranova. That's not cash, but it's not nothing. Maria points at the blue room evidence. The fastest actual money is still Max. Either he pays because he thinks he can still control the room, or he pays because you make him afraid not to. But I'm not walking back to him just so he can sign a cred stick and put a collar on me. Real exhales through his nose. Good, I wasn't asking you to. Maria's voice drops. I know, but I need all of you to understand this. Max does not need to buy his way back into owning me. So this brings up another thing too. So Maria is basically owned by Max then, right? Like even though she's the star. So we could just turn her over to Max and say, fuck all this and get paid. Or we can try to actually like get Maria out of contract by framing Max, because that's enough for like the courts to say, hey, you fucked over your client. Or even not even going to court. We could get enough dirty evidence on Max that, like, you know, maybe we make a backroom deal and say, hey, you got to let her off contract or else we're going to leak this shit and you're going to face prison time. All right, so we got a new one. Maria's current offer, she could personally rehire the crew for the same protection job. I think we got paid nothing though. 5,000, I mean, 5,000 each? 10,000. I'm going to put whoever has the best negotiation skill will try to get more money out of her, because this job is fucking dangerous and high exposure for the runners. Okay. Because we're gonna get on the news, you know, like that's the thing, right? We're already on the news. No one just knows our name. All right, you ask how I get paid. Answer, I put my name on it, you keep me alive, and then we take the money back from the people using my life as a fucking ledger. So whoever in the room has the best negotiating skill, we'll try to negotiate with her for a higher payment and better odds, because that's we could have took a job where we just kill 3 dudes and steal like a package and make 10 grand, you know, and one night's worth of work. 5 days worth of work for like 1,000 each. We killed 2 men. Like we murdered 2 guys on stage. I mean, maybe they survived. Maybe, I mean, if they survived, they went to the ICU. Yeah, and you took a bullet for her, right? You took a shotgun blast. That's why you're on the cot. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna put it right. NC took a shot for her, and we killed 2 guys on stage for her. There. I feel like that's worth something, right? You're more than a meat shield, damn it. That's true. Yeah, you're a person. You have feelings and you have bills to pay. You need to pay them. Your character has, see, my character has a what's it called? A mid lifestyle, right? So he's middle class. You have like a low lifestyle, so you have like an apartment that costs like $1,000 a month. But it has high security. I'm using the in the companion book for Shadowrun, there's a whole thing about lifestyles, and I'm using the optional lifestyle rules. And what that means is now it's not just like your lifestyle is just like one thing, like middle class or low class or whatever, right? You can also be a hobo, apparently. That's another lifestyle. But you can upgrade your houses. So like you can have like a low lifestyle but high security, or like a low lifestyle but high entertainment. Entertainment will come into the stress that if we ever have combat again. I don't know if combat will ever happen again in this game. Rio does not let the room soften around Maria's answer. He points at Neverconquer on the cot. He took a shot for you. Then he points toward the evidence bench. Oh, Rio's the fucking guy that's gonna do this? And he points towards the evidence bench, toward the ghost of the blue room. Now, we killed 2 guys on stage for you, in public. Cameras, witnesses, blood, Lone Star, media vultures, Max's people, Armando's people. Everybody with the wallet and a grudge. $5,000 each was bodyguard money. This is not bodyguard money anymore. Maria's eyes move to Neverconquer. Neverconquer gives her a tired little salute from the cot. Don't worry, I only got shot in the expensive part. Kurt does not laugh. He steps closer to the bench with the smart link. With his fucking gun that he has, still low at his side. Ultranova and I have the same negotiation. Real's right though. Original contract was bullshit. Hey, I want to tell it. Don't talk about mechanics or be meta in character. Stuff like this. I'm going to copy and paste it too. All right, man, I've really had to like reel the AI in. Like, why is it so silly today? All right, where are we here? All right, Ultranova keeps it flat. No grand speech, no threat, just the bill. Maria listens. At first, her face tightens like she's about to argue. Then she looks at the bandage under Neverconquer's shirt, the evidence chip, the muted trig crawl, trying to turn Max into the concerned adult before breakfast. The anger drains into something colder. You're right, she says. Real folds his arms. Maria swallows. I can't promise clean instant cred from the business channels without tipping Max or one of his people, but I can put my name on a new debt right now. She pulls the pocket secretary closer. 10,000 each. That's what I'm talking about. 10,000 each if you get me through this and help expose them. Not 5, 10, 40,000 total. Plus Neverconquer's medical expenses, plus reasonable ammo, vehicle, clinic, bribe, and safe house costs. Oh shit, yeah, we got legwork money? Fuck yeah. Kurt's eyes narrow slightly. Maria continues before he can answer. I'll record it. My face, my voice, timestamped. I'll state Max's original contract is compromised, that I personally retain you, that the rate changed because the job escalated into attempted murder, public violence, and the evidence exposure. If I die, the debt and the statement go public. All right, now we'll have video evidence that we're working for her, not the agent. Real's voice stays hard. And if you live, but your accounts stay locked, for 10K I'll bleed for you, my mistress. Then it comes out of my first clean money after I'm separated from him. Royalties, advanced tour settlements, whatever survives. I'm not pretending the machine isn't wrapped around my throat. So that's the other problem too. We got to make sure that like if we get her out of Max's control, that we get her out of control like from like her accounts and shit. As well, he could just steal all our money. Neverconquer exhales through his nose. 10 each in med bills. Suddenly my ribs feel morally recognized. Maria looks at him. I'm sorry you got shot. Neverconquer's smartass mask slips for half a second. Yeah, he says, me too. That's the most smartass thing you could say. What are you talking about? Holy shit, real negotiations trash. All our negotiations trash. Too? What do you mean Neverconquer's no negotiation listed? I'm gonna do this again. NC has a full character sheet. Look it up, silly. In fact, all characters have full sheets. I think the last architecture thing I did to the Bible like fucked it up. I don't think you had 5. I think it was just 3, right? Because the what's it called? Shit, what was? Because Max had like 7. It was ridiculous. Okay, what were we doing here? Okay, so we had strong leverage. Okay, so we succeeded the negotiation. Maria sets the pocket secretary on the bench. Record it now, she asks, or do you want the number higher before I put my face on it? I also gotta ask too, whose pocket secretary is this? It can't be hers. What pocket secretary is Maria using? Because we put all her shit in a box. Okay. You're right, silly GM mistake. I checked the Bible sheet. Neverconquer absolutely has a full character sheet. What I should have said is he does not have a list to negotiate, but he does have strong social professional skills. Well, 3 charisma. Interrogation 4. That's not bad. Your leadership's 3. You have leadership? Oh, you got good etiquette, security, and shit too. Current warehouse crew comparison. So you don't have a negotiation skill, I believe. Spiderweb has the best negotiation, but she's not here. So what? You don't have a skill? It just it goes to your stat, and maybe your stat was your charisma, but I don't think your charisma was 5 either. I think it was 3. I think all our charisma is 3. All right, okay. Well, what about the pocket? Maria's not using her pocket cherry. That was my constant. Here, let me just say, make sure the continuity and so wait, what is she doing? She should not be casually pulling it out and recording with it, right? Maria does not touch her own gear. Her telecom pocket and badge stays sealed. She looks at Kurt real. Use one of yours. Clean chip, local recorder, no transmit. I'll put my face on it. So we'll just use ours. Because it's in the Faraday. So it's isolated. All our shit's isolated. Yeah, because I updated the architecture on the Bible, and that sometimes like it makes it stupid. It makes it faster but stupid. No, what about hostage situation handling? Damn, you're right. I guess it just never gave you like negotiation. It's kind of weird. It gave you like a bunch of like it gave you interrogation, like a lot of like etiquettes, like security and corporate, Oh yeah, your charisma's 3. Okay, I think all our charisma's 3. So when it doesn't have negotiation, it does 3, and then it does like a thing where the target number is higher or something. So when you don't have a skill, you can use a raw stat, but it's not as effective as having 1 point in the skill. All right. Cool. All right, so it's still loading prep. Okay, so we'll have Maria. Wait a minute. Everyone reloads their guns. I'll have Real call ball busting babe. Real will have Ultra Nova use a non-traceable call. That doesn't mean it won't be non-traceable. It could still happen because of the roll. Call to... Because they gave us, Maria gave us legwork money, right? So we'll just pay ball busting babe whatever the fuck Maria was going to give the legwork money to. We'll just deduct that. Since Maria is paying for legwork expenses, we can have her discuss I almost want to update the Bible with a thing like, hey, update the Bible, make sure everything works and everything's using everything. Sometimes I have to do that. Though then it becomes less efficient, because I think what the AI does is then it puts every file, like every value in every file. So it has a lot of redundant information. Which the AI can only load like so many characters or tokens. So this is the behind the scenes. This is how the runtime engine works, right? I think the AI can reload 1 million tokens in memory. And so like whenever we have combat, it pushes like a hard amount of tokens. No, wait, not 1 million, 100,000. So when we're in combat, it's like 78,000 tokens. When we're just doing this shit, it's like 30,000 tokens. So the trick is to get the Bible to route files and load files correctly, you know, like combat or like procedures and stuff while we use them. Well, what I should have did too is I should have did an update to the Bible that prepped it for the stream. That way, it would use like quick referral cards, like index cards, before pulling up the whole like character sheet. Why? Are you seriously looking for a reload in the rule book? Just reload the gun. It's a fucking revolver. You just put a bullet in the... What the fuck? It's like there's no reloading mechanic outside of combat. We need to roll dice for reloading? I can't wait to see this. This should be great. you failed your reload. The bullet falls on the ground. I pick up the bullet and I try to reload it again. Like, I'm assuming these, I hope to God these dice rolls are not for reloading and they're for Ball Busting Babe's legwork, because that makes sense. Oh God, did Python fail? Oh my God, come on. I hate it when the tools fail. We really have to roll for who records this. Okay, good. It only took 4 minutes to figure this out. Pulls his little camera comm package off the feed desk and sets it on the evidence bench. Local only, says, no broadcast, no cute live sync shit. Chip goes in, chip comes out. Ultranova checks it first. He kills the transmit site, confirms the recorder is writing to local optic storage, and as Real slot a clean chip. Maria watches the whole thing. Her own telecom, pocket secretary, and access badge stay sealed in the signal blocking box. Maria stands in front of the bench, bare arms folded, face pale under the bad warehouse light. Real frames her tight enough for identification, loose enough to show the evidence table behind her. She does not perform, no singer's smile, no publicist's voice. My name is Maria Mercurial, she says. Max Foley hired these runners to protect me after the Underworld 93 incident. I now believe Max Foley's contract is compromised. I believe he may have helped put me in danger, or at minimum use the attack to control me afterwards. Jaw tightens. These people kept me alive. One of them was shot protecting me. They killed armed men who came at me in public. The original pay no longer matches his danger, exposure, or medical costs. She looks straight into the lens. I personally retain Ultranova, Neverconquer, Kurtcoolbeans, and Real to continue protecting me to help expose whoever arranged the hit. I authorize 10,000 UN each as base pay, plus documented job-related medical, ammo, vehicles, safe house bribe, and legwork expenses. This includes hiring Ball Busting Babe or another trusted runner for legwork to find Max Foley. A beat. If I die, the statement goes public. If Max or anyone working for him tries to bury this debt, the statement goes public. I'm saying this freely. I'm not being held prisoner. I am not returning to Max. Real lets the recorder run 3 more seconds, then cuts it. Kurt says, again, shorter for this version we can, again, shorter for the version we can play to someone in a hurry. Maria nods. She records a second version. Name, debt, max, compromise, crew retained, expenses authorized, release on death or suppression. Ultranova verifies both files and duplicates them onto a second clean chip. One stays with Real's local kit, one goes into the evidence bundle. I'm glad we have an evidence bundle. That's great for us. Then everyone handles steel. No speeches, just the old little rituals of people who know the next mistake may be measured in blood. Ultranova opens his Super Warhawk, strips the partial cylinder state, and tops it clean. Kurt does the same with his own Warhawk, slower, one-handed, eyes still on the room. Neverconquer checks his Predator. Then the Defiance T250 he keeps within reach. That's the shotgun. Moving stiffly because the wound is still there even if Cosmic dragged it back from the edge. Real seats a fresh magazine in his area of Predator. Checks the chamber and puts the pistol low again. Maria watches them reload and says nothing. She looks like she understands the sound now. Okay, good. It did not roll for reload because, you know, there's no... But our guns are reloaded now. Real looks at the chip, then Ultranova. Call BB. Not straight, not from here, naked. She can find cars, plates, drivers, parking lots, traffic camera holes. Max is a mouth with a money trail, but he still has to move through streets. Maria steps closer. I'll pay her as an expense. Real gives her a hard look. Say that to her. She'll like hearing it from the person whose name is on the debt. Ultranova builds the call more carefully this time. No full address bleed, no names until the route checks. Burner chain, short relay. Real's kit on receive monitor only. Ultranova's Decker habits over the top like black tape on a window. This time the line comes up right. Ball Busting Babe answers after the 4th pulse. Her voice is low and hoarse, like she was asleep or pretending to be. Somebody better be dead, paying me, or extremely funny. Real leans towards the mic. 2 out of the 3. Real? Ultranova speaks before the line gets crowded. We need quiet legwork. Find Max Foley. Current physical location. Likely next movement. Driver, car, office, apartment, media stop. Anything with wheels or a door. Maria is alive. Max is compromised. Maria is paying the expense. A pause. Ball busting babe voice changes. Less joke, more engine noise. Is this a rescue, a collection, or a murder? Maria steps in close enough for the mic. This is Maria. I need him found. Ball busting babe doesn't know Maria. He doesn't know who the fuck. He just call her at like 6 o'clock in the morning. This is, I need him found. I'm authorizing your pay as part of my protection expenses. I recorded it. You help them find Max, you get paid. Ball busting babe exhales. Okay, Starshine. I don't work for applause. I want 1,500. Yeah, just to start shaking the trees. 500 for every confirmed live location or hard movement lead. Expenses covered. If I have to put a car on the street near Max's people, that price goes up before I do it. Maria answers without looking at anyone. Yes. All right, ball busting babe says, good. Then give me what you know without lighting up your own gear. Maria gives it verbally, stripped to what can be safely said. Max's office route, private telecom. Doesn't mention the safe house, no mention of the Faraday box, no full dump over the line. Ball busting babe lessons. Then I'll start with cars and mouths. Drivers brag, valets remember assholes. Building garages keep patterns even when people lie. If Max is hiding behind a desk, a limo, or a camera crew, I'll look for the tires first. Neverconquer calls from the cot, voice rough. Don't trust first answers, his people are shaping the morning feed. Ball busting babe snorts. Security guy bleeding on furniture says, don't trust first answers. Shocking development. How does she know that? She doesn't see him. Then she gets serious again. I'll need a callback window. Same route if it stays clean. If it goes dirty, I'll bounce through Ultranova's friend-to-friend chain and leave a parked car code. Do not call me from Maria's toys. Maria says they're boxed. Smart girl. The line cuts. Okay, so Ball busting babe can get paid to do this. I might just advance time. Oh shit, it already did it for me. Time crawls forward. The warehouse is loaded now. Recorded statement, reloaded weapons, hot evidence, wounded muscle, angry star, and one wheelwoman sniffing those streets for Max Foley. How much time passed? Doesn't say. Alright, Ball busting baby is working the vehicle street angle now. In the warehouse, next move is still yours. Wait for the first callback, hit Max's office apartment, work the Matrix telecom sign. Wouldn't know NC is. Tell it to don't recommend things in OC, only use.
Hotels.com is where you go to choose from hundreds of thousands of hotels and earn rewards on every stay.
Does not know Maria. Right. Corrected. Oh, okay, so here's the better call.
Which is not what it sounds like. Hotels.com.
And so I'm assuming in the new call, what happens is. Okay, yeah, this makes more sense here. We need quiet legwork. Find Max Foley, current physical location, likely next movement. Shit. How do I... Oh, I hate it when it does that, when it puts the fucking box... Oh, I can do that. Okay, cool. Likely next movement, driver, car, office, apartment, media stop. Maria Mercurial is alive. Max Foley is compromised. Maria is authorizing the expense. And then that's when Ball Busting Babe says, Maria Mercurial, as in Maria Mercurial? And then that's when Maria talks to her. And then Ball Busting Babe says, I don't work for celebrity credit. And then that's when she negotiates. So that explains all that. So there we go. That gives us what we need. I'd say we just wait. Right, see what Ball Busting Babe can come up with, right? Because we sent her on a mission. You're wounded. Like, Neverconquer's wounded, right? We have the problem of him telling the media. But, I mean, you know, like, the only other thing I can think of is we contact him using, like, you know, Maria's phone. and then set up some kind of meet point and then take him somewhere else. Like he meets us somewhere like at a diner, and then we go to like a parking garage where the real meeting is, and try to and hope he doesn't have any fucking people like you know, bodyguards and shit. We can sit on it for a day, right? Like, I think we can definitely do that. All right, we'll wait it out. Hopefully Ball Busting Babe gets more information. I don't think she's gonna die off screen though. I feel like if that happened, I mean, first I'd retcon it. Second, I would make it playable, because that would be really stupid. I drink all my tea? Ah, fuck, I did. What's up, Cosmic Spiderweb? Yeah, I kind of do need more tea. You don't have to get me any though. I'm good. You'll make some? Okay. Thank you. I had you heal Neverconquer, by the way. Oh, okay. My wife says, I hope you feel better after I healed you. You healed 1.1 hit point? That's something. At least he's like lightly wounded. Yeah, I really should have just updated the Bible, because I was playing another character off stream. I was playing a prequel character, and I should have prepped the Bible for this stream and made it the Mercurial lane. I think that's why I'm having so much trouble with it. Oh well, too late now. You started the kettle? Oh, thank you. Oh no, it's gonna tell us Max's location. I don't want to spoil that. The AI loves to spoil shit. The player doesn't know that Max is actually at the coffee shop. You can just go kill him and it's like, oh, okay. Thank you for that. How long have these things taken? Okay, well, these don't take much. But what was the last time we did fiction here? How long did that take? It shouldn't really take longer than 2 minutes, I feel. 3 minutes, about 4 minutes. Earl Grey or... give me black tea, please. Back down here. Okay, so the fiction got written, right? Yeah, okay. We'll figure out what the hell happened. Oh, goddamn, these took 3 minutes. So it's about 3 minutes every time we do some fiction. That's not bad. The safe house settles into the kind of waiting that makes every... Is this what we're doing? Oh, yeah. That makes every old pipe sound like a boot step. Real keeps Maria's recorded statement off the air. He labels the chips with the grease pencil, wraps one in tape, and puts it in the hard plastic case beside the blue room evidence. Then he goes back to the feeds. One boot hooked around the chair leg, Ares Predator 2 within reach. Kurt moves in loops, side door, windows, roll up back to the evidence bench. He does not hover over Maria, he gives her space. But every time a wall creaks wrong, his hand finds the smart linked Warhawk. Yeah, he's always gonna... He loves that thing. He sleeps with it. It's like his teddy bear. Neverconquer stays on the cot because Cosmic's magic bought him pain with room around it. Not a miracle. He drinks water, checks his predator, checks the shotgun, then lies back with his eyes half open. Wake me if Max walks in, he says, or if breakfast shows up. Order of importance depends on quality. Maria does not laugh. She sits at the evidence bench with paper, not electronics, and writes down every Max habit she can remember. Names, routes, driver routines, office hours, phrases he used when lying, the people he called before making her call someone else. Her handwriting starts clean and gets harder as the list grows. Ultranova waits with the others, close enough to get to the gear and the door that he can move either way. The trid crawl gets uglier before the call comes back. Max Foley's name appears twice now, once beside Concern Management Source, and once beside Private Security Coordination. No full statement yet, just fingerprints on the morning before the hand appears. At 6:03, the callback route pulses. Wow, she works fast. She did it in an hour? How did she do that? Ball-busting babe comes on traffic noise buried under her voice, like she's calling from inside a payphone booth near a road that never sleeps. I got one hard bite, she says. Not Max in my headlights, his regular car and driver pattern. Maria goes still. Ball-busting babe continues. His usual driver did not sit at the club. He did not go to Maria's apartment. Well, thank you, honey, for the tea. Alright, he did not park in his office slot. A black executive sedan tied to Foley's people hit a service garage downtown just before 6. Garage under a media office tower, Celeste Mars kind of neighborhood. Not street trash, not nightclub panic. Clean little crisis suite territory. Real leans closer. Confirmed? Confirmed enough to charge the extra 500, Ball-busting babe says. One garage mouth, one parking stub copy, one bored night shift valet who hates rich men who don't tip. I don't have eyes on Max himself yet. I have his movement shell. Maria's fingers tighten around the pen. Is he there? I said I have the car, Ball-busting babe says. Could be him. Could be his driver waiting. Could be someone using his route because they know people like me look for tires first. Kurt voices stays flat. Address? Ball-busting babe gives a downtown service garage under a corporate media tower. Early staff access. Security controlled elevators, crisis office floors, and enough private parking to hide a man who wants to look official instead of missing. Then she adds, there's another thing. Somebody's feeding soft language to the morning wires. Not a full press release, testing phrases, concern, protective, disoriented, artist, security, misunderstanding. That shit has office coffee on it, not street blood. Maria whispers, Max. Ball-busting babe says, maybe one of his mouthpieces. I'm not selling you certainty, I'm selling you a door. The line holds for one more breath. Starter fee plus one confirmed movement lead, 2,000 total on Maria's tab. I keep digging unless the line goes bad. The call cuts clean. Let's see now. Let me get another song going here because it's about to change. Oh fuck yeah, Zero Wing, the all your bass music. Real writes the address on paper and slides into the evidence bench. Maria stares at it like it's a loaded gun. Neverconquer opens one eye. Car and driver, he says. That's not proof, but it is a leash. You know what? I'm gonna call it out on how Ball-busting babe did 1 hour of legwork and found out that information. Like, how did she find that out in 1 hour? We called her at 5 o'clock. Like, you know, she at least has to like eat, go somewhere, do something. There's no way. It's like the only way that could be the case is if she's working for Max and knew all along, but that's also fucking ridiculous too. The AI's made a lot of mistakes tonight. I'm gonna have to tighten it up. And I think the main reason it has is because I switched characters. I really should have did a pass on it. It's too late now. I mean, we're already streaming, but normally what I do is before a stream, I'll do like a pass on it to make sure it preps everything for the stream. And this time I didn't. So it's my bad. But what I'm doing off stream is I'm playing characters that exist in like 2050 and 2055, like in, you know, earlier than this stream. Like this stream exists in 2060. And what I'm going to do with them is I'm going to retire those characters. And what they'll do is they'll create the history. So in other words, they'll show up as NPCs and stuff. And whatever their meta plot was, will carry on over. It might give us more story hooks for the sandbox. Because that's the one thing I found out is if I feed this thing a lot of like hooks and stories, it can create a lot of like logical connections. All right, Bulbasaur could possibly make a fast first pass in under an hour because this is her lane. But what I gave her was too strong for that time window. You're right, yeah, it was. Too much for about 38 minutes. Yeah, I don't know how she did that in 38 minutes. She called one dude. Not a confirm. Well, I mean, she didn't confirm shit. Foley's usual driver. Corrected OC state. Suspicion at max is normal. No, I mean, give us the fucking... She's got the hookup, right? Compress this till finds more info on Max. Not in... Right. That should take hours, not 38 minutes. This what I mean is I hate doing the legwork shit. Like I hate doing the whole like figure stuff out. That's the whole point of having Ball Busting Babe do this off screen is so I don't have to do it. She just needs to find this dude, tell us where he is, and we'll go get him. Like I don't want to have to stake out a place and then we wait there for fucking ever. You know, and that's the other thing I'm gonna do. If the scene is boring, I'm gonna compress the scene and we're just gonna get to the next like beat of the story where we actually do something. Yeah, give me a waiting montage. That's how they do it in the movies. You don't watch, you know, whenever they train or something boring happens, they don't fucking just, we don't go through it step by step. We do a montage. I don't want to get updated every 5 seconds. Hey, I found the driver. 20 minutes later, he ate at a coffee shop. Like, I don't care. Just find the fucking dude. You know? Fast forward like 6 hours. Oh, we found him. You know, there you go. That's what I want. Dude, I might as well play my Dungeons and Dragons RPG at the same time, huh? Would that be confusing if I switched RPGs? There'll be two congruent storylines going on. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I play two games at once because, you know, it takes a while for it to think. So then I'll just play the other one and continue what's going on with that one. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I might do that right now. Hold on. Oh shit, should I play Earth Dawn? Earth Dawn is the one where Earth Dawn's the prequel to Shadowrun. That keeps it kind of the same, right? I could play another RPG. Or you know what, yeah, you know what, I'll do Dungeons and Dragons because people know Dungeons and Dragons. So right now we're still playing fucking. So I'll switch between that and fucking Shadowrun. Okay, it only took 4 minutes. All right, the crew waits. Not movie waiting, not clean waiting, runner waiting. What does that even mean? I should tell it to stop fucking saying shit like this. It's stupid. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Hey. like shit like that is filler. Stop it. Stop fucking telling me what. God. Okay, the kind where the body keeps pretending. Like seriously, couldn't we just, if we took this out, right? The crew waits. Yeah, keep your stuff to yourself. Like if we took this out, would it fucking matter? No, get this out of here. The crew waits. The kind where the body keeps pretending it is calm while the brain counts, exists, ammo faces. See, this says the same shit as this, but it makes more sense. So don't fucking tell me this. It's stupid. Real keeps the trid low and the statement chips colder than dead money. He does not rebroadcast anything. He checks local copies twice, then tapes one into the evidence bundle. Kurt works the warehouse in quiet circuits with the smart link with his fucking gun under his jacket, not waving it around. Yeah, he checks all that shit back again. Neverconquer sleeps in ugly little pieces, never all the way under. Every half hour he wakes, drinks water, checks where the shotgun is. Cool, yeah, I know you loaded that one. That's gonna be our B plot is gonna be Dungeons and Dragons. Go away. There we go. All right, where was I? Oh yeah, checks where the shotgun is and drops back down. Maria writes her own hand, right until her hand hurts. Max's hacks. Max's cause, Max's lies. Names building drivers. Why are you writing this shit down, Maria? We got ball busting babe doing the fucking legwork. She's not gonna see any of this shit. Unless it helps her remember. Maybe Maria will magically remember and will tell us. Oh good, by 8 o'clock, so 2 hours passed. The morning hits the city. By 8 o'clock, Max's people have not made a full public statement, but the soft language is everywhere. Concerned management, confused violence, nothing that proves anything. Everything that prepares the public to swallow the next lie. By 9:30, the warehouse smells like cold soy calf, gun oil, and people who have not slept. At 10:41, the callback route pulses. See, that makes more sense. Because Ball Busting Babe would do the whole morning to figure out shit, right? Ball Busting Babe, still too early in my book, but you know what? I'll fucking allow it. Comes through with engines behind it and no jokes this time. I got more than smoke now. Real straightens at the feed desk. Ball busting babe continues. Foley's driver is real and moving. Black executive sedan, not parked in his apartment, not at the normal office slot, not near the club. It went into a controlled service garage downtown under media office tower tied to Celeste Mars people. Maria's pen stops moving. I do not have Foley on face on camera. I have two human confirmations that the driver was moving for Foley's side, one garage confirmation that the sedan is still inside, and one office mouth confirmation that an upstairs crisis room got opened early. Names being used upstairs: Foley, Rowe, Mar. That's the kind as I can make without walking into the lobby myself. Kurt's voice is low. Address: not a street hangout, not a motel, not a cheap bolt hole. A downtown media tower with a private service parking, controlled elevator access, early office staff, and enough corporate glass to make every camera look official. Maria looks like she wants to be sick. Max would go there, she says, if he thought the story was the battlefield. Ball busting babe hears that and cuts in. Tell the singer I'm billing the confirmed lead. Starter plus hard movement lead. 2,000 on her tab. This turns into me putting wheels on that building. Price changes before I move. Maria leans near the mic. I understand. Ball busting babe pauses. Good. I'll keep my hands off the hot door until somebody pays for hotter. The line cuts clean. And these are all the roles that happen for her legwork. She's got street etiquette. She knows Seattle streets and back roads, though, so that really helped with the driver pattern. She knows parking lots and shit, I guess. Street rumors, she's got that. Result quality, confirmed hard movement. Maria stares at, that's where he'd go, she says, not to hide, to control the damage. The warehouse clock ticks. Okay, cool. So, we can camp the car. Right? Like, me and Kurt can go. Real and... Or should Kurt stay with Neverconquer? Like, Neverconquer, you can stay and protect not Ball. You can protect Maria. And then, like, me and Real can go. And then Kurt can stay too. That way we have two people at the safe house, right? Because ideally, all four of us can't go, because then we'd have to take Maria, which I feel is stupid, right? No, or just leave Maria in the safe house, also stupid. She needs at least two guards. I'm gonna put they're gonna camp the car and wait for Max to get outside. So it's a stakeout. All right, that's going on. Let's play Dungeons and Dragons. Hell yeah. All right, let's see now. We're in Greyhawk. We're playing Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition. Okay. Let's see. I'm at the Silver Stag Yard inside Greyhawk. The difficulty is Black Iron Gaxian. Oh shit, the tone is Ancient Greyhawk, 80s dark fantasy, swords and sorcery, political, haunted, dangerous. Yeah. Alright, I'm a human, level 4 fighter with 20 HP. The current plot, the Black Eel Green Door. Okay, so the current plot, Silver Stag holds recovered. Hey, give me a recap. What's going on in my Dungeons and Dragons game here? No current combat, but overnight retaliation. Okay, Silver Stag. Okay, Hell looks over the yard once, then at Garen. Sleep if you can, I'll keep men awake. Come morning, we start squeezing these bastards before Velda sells the night to someone richer. Okay, good. I cleaned my armor and shit. Nice. I play as a guy named Garen. How long did it take this to load? About 2 minutes? What edition? Second edition. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Satan's game. I've been playing this one for a while. That's why I'm like a level 4. You know? I'm actually a 4. My kit is Myrmidon, I believe. Gives me. Oh, hey, look, we're back on Shadowrun. Shadowrun's done. Yes, he has Thaco. Let's see what's. Oh, it doesn't show his card here, but no, he does have Thaco. Don't worry about that. I think it's like 16 or 17 is Thaco. Oh fuck. Ah, here, scroll all the way down. There we go. Let me get to the fiction here. All right, Ultranova and Rio leave the warehouse in the Ford Americar. Kurt stays with Maria and Neverconquer. He does not argue the split. He checks the warehouse side door after Ultranova leaves, then moves back inside with his fucking gun that he has. Maria keeps her paper notes on Max at the bench. Her devices remain boxed. Neverconquer stays on the cot, awake now. Don't let Foley see you first, he says. He talks fast when he's scared. Rio gets into the America passenger seat with his Predator 2 concealed under his coat and his local camera kit packed down. He does not bring Maria a statement chip. Well, yeah, why would he do that? Unless Ultranova assigned it to him, the safe house copy remains with the evidence bundle. The Americar rolls out in the late morning Seattle traffic. Downtown has teeth and daylight, delivery vans, wage slave sedans, bike couriers, Lone Star traffic, cheap umbrellas, mirrored lobby glass, service alleys, security cameras, and people who remember cars only when something goes wrong. Ultranova does not drive straight to the tower. He takes the Americar through 2 ordinary loops first, then comes in on a street where the car looks like commuter trash instead of a runner stakeout. Okay, so we're staking it out now. That's good. Damn, this fucking jazzy ass soundtrack. Real studies the building from the passenger seat without staring too hard. The tower is clean in the way expensive places are clean. Smoke glass, polished stone, badge readers, cameras built into tasteful black housing. Service access that looks invisible unless you work for a living. The public front faces the avenue. The service garage entrance sits 1 block around, down a ramp with an attendant booth and a camera bubble over the lane. Ultranova parks the car where it belongs, not directly across from the garage, not tucked like an ambush car, not too close to the obvious camera cone. Street parking near a closed lunch counter gives them a broken angle on the ramp, exit through the side mirror and windshield reflection. Hold on here. Okay, where are we? Rio keeps his hands low and his head turned like he is bored. His eyes work the booth, the ramp, the mirrors, the livery foot traffic, and the guard rhythm. Car stakeout, he says. Everybody hates them because they work until they don't. First hour gives him nothing useful. 2 delivery vans, 1 corporate courier, 3 sedans that do not fit Ball-Busting Babe's description. A receptionist smoking under the awning, a Lone Star traffic unit passing once without slowing. At 12:28, the black executive sedan appears. That last song sounded like one of those coming-of-age TV shows. Oh, with the fucking saxophone. And it comes up the ramp smooth and slow, not panic, not fleeing. The driver pauses just long enough for the booth arm to rise. Dark windows, clean paint, corporate plates. Kind of car that makes wage slaves step back when the curve without knowing why. Rio lifts the little camera enough to catch the sedan without putting his face in the glass. The sedan stops half a block up. A man exits the side tower door under a dark umbrella. Middle-aged, expensive coat, managed hair. Moving with 2 other men close enough to be protection or office muscle. He keeps his face down until he reaches the sedan. Then he turns once to say something back toward the tower door. Mirrors description of Blue Room files and a public face on the trid lineup. Max Foley. We've met Max Foley. He looks like fucking Danny DeVito. Family Ties or even Doogie Howser or whatever. Oh shit, remember Doogie Howser? I thought Doogie Howser was so cool when I was like 4 years old because I'm like, oh, this guy has a computer? That's fucking awesome. And all he does is word processing with it. I thought computers were so cool when I was a kid because, you know, it's not like everyone had them. Gets into the rear passenger side. The sedan pulls away from the curve and merges into traffic. I'm going to also put, the crew has met Max Foley already. He looks like Danny DeVito. They know him. All right. Sedan's brake lights fade through the wet traffic. Real lowers it. When you were a kid, teenager. Wait, when you were a kid, teenagers used computers to make girlfriends? They still do that today. It's called AI. They just have AI girlfriends now. You know, or like those really bad AI like girlfriend apps that you see commercials for on YouTube, you know, that probably don't fucking work or don't look anything like that. Oh, good. Okay, so I told it to fucking use the tone and the writing style. Oh, it was called Weird Science in the 80s. That's true. It was. Remember, it's funny how Weird Science was like, you know, like a kind of a raunchy comedy, like a almost an R rated, and then they made a TV show that was all PG and not sexy. Though I never saw the movie. I only saw the TV show. Need the right headgear like a bra, right? Okay, retcon the visual confirmation. Okay, cool. That's Foley Real says. Okay. I'm trying to figure out. So he's got two guys with him. Wait, is he going to the car or leaving the car to get in the building? It wasn't clear on that. All right, back to Dungeons and Dragons now. Let's see. Okay, here's the player-facing plot recap from the Bible. The broad shape of the campaign. Oh shit! It already gave it to me. Fuck yeah. Back to Shadowrun. He is leaving the building and getting into the car. I'm gonna ask, can we hit him before he gets into the car? What are the odds of kidnapping him right now? Like, is he vulnerable? Because I just want to kidnap the guy, man. Like, we need to snatch and grab him. Either that or like, I feel like the best plan is to get him before he gets in the car. He has two guys with him. Well, I can assume they're bodyguards. One's like a driver and one's another guy. And when they get in the car, it could be messier, right? Because then I'd have to like try to stop him. All right, Max is not inside the car yet. He has just exited the side service door, the media tower, under an umbrella. Ultranova and Real recognize him immediately. Short, broad, familiar. Max Foley face, expensive coat. Moving fast, but try not to look scared. The black executive stands at the curb with the rear passenger door being open. Two men are close to Max. The driver... Okay, so he's got three men. A driver and two guys next to him. The service door camera and the garage ramp camera both have... Oh, and he's got cameras on him too, so if we fucking snatch him... I didn't think about the cameras. Cameras will make us. We'll have to get him while he's driving the car. Once we make our intent, though, we'll have 2 to 3 combat turns before he gets inside the sedan, which is about 9 seconds. Each combat turn's about 3 seconds. Thing grab. We got a low to moderate chance. It's very timing sensitive. Yeah, he could just get in the car and leave. We don't have enough time to drive up there, grab him. So the best bet is... Ultranova and Real will wait for Max to get in the car and the car to start driving. When they have a good opening, they will cut the car off. Get out. Possibly shoot the driver. It's gonna be 3 versus possibly 3 versus 2 too, so it's gonna be rough. Hey, what's up, Tonus? Oh, it's going. Yeah, it's kind of slow today, so I'm switching between this and Dungeons and Dragons. So it can get really fucking confusing for people watching. I'm gonna put Ultranova is driving the car. Yeah, we're trying to get Max Foley, aka Danny DeVito. He's currently in a black sedan with 3 guards, a driver, and 2 other guys. So we're gonna try to get him while he's like away from cameras, because we can't. I was thinking about snatching him while he was in front of the building, but that was not gonna happen. So all we're doing now, let's go look at my Dungeons and Dragons plot. Yeah, here we go. Shit, what is all this? Oh my god, it gave me every plot I've done. Garen's story has grown out of dirty city work in Greyhawk, debt claims, old stones, corrupt clerks, hired knives, guild politics, and something older beneath the city's trade yard grime. What began as street-level trouble around Helg's Silver Stag Yard and Iona Andro's vulnerable household has become a connected chain involving old quarry rights. Oh, fuck yeah. Who doesn't love old quarry rights? Fitted stones, false seals, hidden routes, burned papers, criminal logistics, and that sealed old door, old seal mystery. The campaign has not saved the world yet. It is still very Greyhawk. Men with knives, clerks with bad paper, merchants using law as a cudgel. Oh my god, it gave me its fucking biography. Garen built his name through hard, ugly work rather than noble favor. He recovered Helg's strongbox and earned early Silver Stag credibility that tied him to the Oven Helg, a practical, hard-eyed yard boss, merchant figure who values useful proof, guarded evidence, and men who do not fold under pressure. Then Garen became involved with Iona Andul, an older woman whose household was under threat. Through a crooked grave token claim rights scheme, Garen worked with Harn Skeld and Ondinal House retainer and bowman, and the 2 of them became recurring field allies. Oh, the Ondal crest matter. Yeah, I had to go fucking do legal work. I had to go talk to a temple. The Ondal affair centered on a crooked legal and property scheme. Crest was not a citywide mastermind. He was corrupt merchant, legal predator who used claim fraud clerks and hired violence when exposed. Garen and her did not actually did the actual bloody fieldwork that broke the scheme. They exposed a hired grave robbing clerk angle, survived an alley ambush, broke the Tallow Gate cellar, rescued Osric Vale, recovered evidence. Can you say this in a more entertaining way? Can you make the recap a 1980s TV show recap? There you go. All right, back to this one. I wonder what VCR stands for, man. Like, this, it can't be like the VCR as we know it, because that's something for like the car. I think it's like a rigger can jack into the car, like, you know, like with his mind and control the car with his mind. I think that's what that is, but I haven't like really confirmed it yet. All right, let's see. Let's check it out. Oh shit, yeah. Previously on Garen Voss of Greyhawk, in the free city of Greyhawk, where old stones remember blood and every sealed door has a price, one fighting man began carving his name into the city's underbelly. He first earned the notice of Orphan Hale against Silver Stag Yard He recovered stolen property. Wait, let me make sure. Okay, it's still loading. And proved he could stand firm where softer men folded. A vehicle control rig. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Wow, thank you, Neverconquer. Good. All right, his road twisted toward Ona Andul's endangered household. Oh shit, our thing's done. Well, we don't have to stay in fucking Dungeons and Dragons. All right, Max gets into the... You know, I should play Earthdawn. My character in Earthdawn's hilarious because he's a sword master. Max gets into the rear passenger side of the black sedan. The driver pulls away clean, slow enough. Out of nowhere, a cyborg T-Rex man named Tonus bursts through the walls. You want... You really want to be a body horror character in my show? In Shadowrun? I'll do it. Come up with a tragic backstory, too. Be like, he was born slightly deformed, then has a heart attack and dies. And so he got like cybernetic surgery, but he wanted cool like T-Rex arms. They told him like, if we gave you T-Rex arms, you won't be able to masturbate anymore. And he's like, I'm okay with that. I'll use a masturbation underwear belt. And you know, and then Tonus is just like a master hacker. Sits at a computer all day. Hacks with his T-Rex arms. Oh my god. What is this? What the hell is going on with the music? I'm gonna use Rockman and Forte music. Let's try that one out. All right, the driver pulls away clean, slow enough not to look like a panic move. The sedan noses into downtown traffic, riding the wet curb lane with its lights low. Ultranova lets one car slide between the Americar and Foley sedan, then follows. Depends on how long a T-Rex dick is, I guess. Not really sure, to be honest. You know what? That's something science hasn't shown us yet. You just pointed out there's a lot of things we don't know about dinosaurs. That's funny because the T-Rex arms are like 1 meter long, right? But in relative to his body, though. All right, let me see here. The sedan noses into downtown traffic, riding the wet curb lane with its lights low. Ultranova lets one car slide between the mirror. Hey, you know what? I'm excited. Combat might actually happen now. We might actually get some, like, I might get to actually see the morale system I built play out. It's been like 2 things without combat, man. Real sits low in the passenger seat with the camera kit down and the Ares Predator 2 where his coat hides it. The local footage of Max entering the car is already captured. The sedan goes 3 blocks before the opening appears. A delivery truck blocks half a lane ahead. Traffic pinches and the sedan has to slow before it can clear the obstruction. Ultranova uses the Americar like a wedge. He cuts out from the park lane, crosses the sedan's nose, and plants the Ford at a hard diagonal. Tires bark on wet pavement. The Americar stops close enough that the sedan has to brake or hit him. The black sedan driver tries to turn out. Real is already moving. He kicks the passenger door open, brings the Predator up over the door frame, and fires through the sedan's windshield before the driver can finish the escape move. The glass whites out around the impact. The driver snaps back hard. Blood and safety glass across the dash. His foot comes off the throttle. The sedan lurches into the curve and stalls crooked behind the Americar. Max drops below the rear window line. One of the men in the back fires blind through the shattered glass toward Real. The shots hammer the Americar's passenger door and skips the street. Real ducks behind the door, jaw tight, gun still up. The front passenger is moving now. Male, office muscle cut, pistol coming up across the front seat toward Ultranova through the sedan's cracked windshield. Okay. Let me try to make... So there's a truck? We angled the car to their car? Like, you know, to kind of cut them off? I know this map ain't great, but that's kind of what the fiction sort of states. Oh, we got initiative. Combat has occurred. And shit, man, like I'm only slightly faster than Max. Everyone rolled double digits? That's gonna be rough. All right, well, at least we were able to tail it. We rolled successfully there, cut off at the traffic pinch, so we did that. Real's an NPC, so I don't control him in combat anymore. I made him, instead of a player character, I made him an NPC since I don't play him anymore. So that means since he goes first, he rolled 26. Driver tries to flee, turn after Ultranova cuts off the sedan. See, this initiative, like, this is why being a street samurai is cool. You get those wired reflexes, so it's like you get like super, you can act like 3 times in a combat turn. It's nuts. He's gonna use his gun. Wait, no, he already shot the driver. Okay, so this is him shooting the driver. We don't know how much damage we did, but we know we did damage. Drivers hit hard. Is Max Foley related to Axel Foley? No, he looks too much like Danny DeVito, and not as much like oh my god, I'm blanking on the name. Eddie Murphy. Holy shit, I'm getting old. I'm forgetting things now. All right, the front passenger's pistol clears the dash line. He has an angle on Ultranova through the glass and across his sedan's front. Ultranova is still behind the wheel. The America box into the cutoff position. I'm gonna use 3 combat pool. I can't dodge him. Yeah, that's the Danny DeVito guy. I should have made it a correction. He uses 3 combat pool in armor. Axel grew up in Cal. If I get hit, this dude might miss. Though if he shoots the car up, we have problems with the car. Would it be funny if I die? Yeah, but Axel Foley was from New York, right? And then she went to Beverly Hills. Like that was the thing, right? Like he was the Beverly Hills cop, but he was like a New York cop that went to Beverly Hills. I never saw the first one. I only saw the third one because it played constantly on HBO when I was a kid. Oh, he was from Detroit. Yeah, that's what it was. It was like he was from like a more hard like city. And then he's stuck with like Judge Reinhold in them, and they're all like soft. And he's all like, I'm gonna put a fucking banana in your tailpipe. And he just shoves bananas up people's tailpipes. Shit, you haven't seen that movie since you were a kid? You know, it had a really bad PlayStation 2 game. They couldn't even get the likeness for Eddie Murphy. Didn't they make a 4th movie? Like a couple of years back or some shit? Because everyone was like, man, I hope they make even more Beverly Hills Cop. I feel like those like buddy cop movies, you know, there was a bad reboot. Oh, so it wasn't even Eddie Murphy? Those cop movies peaked in like the 80s and 90s, you know, with like Lethal Weapon, Tango and Cash. Oh shit, oh crap, so he's a crappy dad. It was Eddie? Okay, so it was like the 4th movie. As soon as I brought up Beverly Hills Cop, the heat is on popped in your head. I keep thinking of the Axel Foley theme, you know, dung 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 dung. Yeah, and you know who else had like an 80s theme that was also an SNL character was Fletch, right? Because Chevy Chase played him. And he also had a fucking Axel Foley like theme. You like Neutron Dance? Yeah, it's a great theme. I forgot the guy. I think the guy that wrote it is like some European dude, possibly German, that did the Axel Foley theme. I think he also did music in like Gothic or some shit. He did music for a video game, but I forgot what video game it was. Maybe it was Two Worlds. It was like a game that wasn't that good, and so it's like, how the fuck did they get this guy to compose the music for it? Oh shit, the hand claps. Like that saxy soft jazz that pops up in Lethal Weapon when it comes to the buddy cop. Oh, that's true. It had that like bluesy noir cop music. Axel Foley's the iconic instrumental synth pop track originally composed by Oh shit, I was right. He was German. Harold Faltermeyer. Oh, I know what'll make this go faster. All I gotta do is go back to Dungeons and Dragons here. All right, let me use my Dungeons and Dragons voice. Not that I have one. He recovered stolen property and proved he could stand firm when softer men folded. From there, his road twisted toward Iona Andol's endangered household, where crooked claims, grave tokens, corrupt clerks, and hired knives threatened to swallow an old woman's rights beneath law and violence. With Harnskeld at his side, Urine broke the crest matter wide open. Oh shit, see now it's done. See, the moment I go to Dungeons and Dragons, that's when fucking Shadowrun's done. I should also play Earth Dawn. My character in Earth Dawn kills people and then pisses on them. It's pretty funny. I don't know, I think it's funny. Alright, 4 minutes in. The front passenger fires across the sedan's cracked windshield. The round comes through at a bad angle. Modeled him after fucking Postal, dude. Alright, and hits Ultranova. Oh shit, I got shot. The armor jacket captures most of it, but not all. The impact drives him back against the seat and knocks air out of his lungs. The bullet does not punch through clean, but the force leaves a hot, deep bruise and a sharp line of pain under the jacket. The America's windshield stars near the driver's side. Blast dust hits the dash. Fuck, now the car looks all shot up. And a gimp suit makes... You can piss on people in Postal in a gimp suit. That's true, you can. You could also put out fires with it. Real sees the hit and snaps his pistol back toward the sedan. Ultranova! No, they shot you. He shot my boy. Look, I had a 5 success though. Like, doesn't that fucking... Okay, it's only a light wound. It's like a bruise. I only took one damage box, but now I have a +1 on my rolls. Look, I have a fucking 5 ballistic jacket. It's fine, it's fine. We'll take the hit. The sedan is blocked and crooked. The driver is down. Max is low in the rear passenger compartment. Rear bodyguard is behind broken glass. Front bodyguard has just fired and is still exposed across the front seat. That's my turn. Max needs to eat some lead. We need to take him alive, though. Killing him in public, I'm gonna shoot the fucking passenger guy that shot me. Ultranova spends all his combat pool shooting the asshole that shot him. Shoot the leg. It's not Max's turn yet, too. He hasn't exited the car. His turn is next, though, so we'll see what he does. He'll either stay in the car or he'll run, which would be the dumbest thing he could do. If he runs, you know, we'll just go after him. All right, back to Dungeons and Dragons. Hope he begs. Oh, he will. Let's see what we're doing. All right, with Harn skeleton at his side, Garen broke the crest matter wide open. He survived alley steal, smashed the Tallowgate cellar, rescued Osric Vell, captured witnesses, and exposed the Copper Cut meeting. Merrick Vane died after turning his hidden blade against the law's own road. An Arndl claim was saved, but the victory carried the smell of rot deeper than one merchant's scheme. Then came the old quarry chest. Ah, yes, that old chestnut. Oh my god, where I had to like fucking fight people in the fucking mountains using a crossbow. What looked like estate tools and forgotten stonework became something worse. Fitted stones, old mechanisms, false seals, and the shadow of an old door that had no business being touched. At the lower cut, Garen found saboteurs already at work, alone with steel and nerve. He held the side against killers, smoke, sling stones, and climbing blades. Yeah, one dude, one fucker like hit me with a stone. Like he hit my character with a stone. So when we captured him, I had my character punch him in the face and break his nose, saying that fucking hurt. Rocks fucking hurt. So I remember that. The old door stayed shut, but its socket was fouled with black smoke resin. The matter was no longer theft. It was sabotage. It was murder prepared in the dark. See, I like to play my characters, you know, like Garen's kind of an asshole. The one I play in Earth Dawn's a real asshole, but I make him obnoxious as shit. I made him dance like a dude that he killed once. It was pretty funny. I play him as the most biggest asshole ever. Alright, either way. Hulk brought in stonecutters as witnesses. Garen guarded them as the plug was drawn from the old door's socket. More killers came through the drainage cuts and shale hazards, but Garen broke them, captured proof, and kept witnesses alive. A bowman named Russ escaped toward Crow's Shelf. Garen followed. At Crow's Shelf, he and his allies smoked out the bolt hole, found cheap lookouts and hidden routes, and dragged Russ alive from the vent before he could vanish into the stone. The prisoner opened the next road, Jovan Lusk, at the Dyer's Row, deeper traffic of fitted stone. The hunt moved fast. Garen captured Lusk alive. He and Harden... Oh, hey, we're back to fucking Shadowrun. Cool. Ultranova brings the Ruger up from behind the wheel and fires across the broken angle between the Americar and the sedan. The Super Warhawk kicks hard in his hand. The shot punches through fractured safety glass and hits the front passenger high in the chest shoulder line. The man slams back into the seat, pistol arm jerking offline. He does not drop. He is hurt, breathing hard, and still in the fight. The revolver's report rolls off the buildings. People on the sidewalk break and run. Somewhere above the street, a camera keeps watching. All right, so I shot the gun, hit the front passenger, short range, vehicle glass covered. We only had one success. I rolled that many fucking dice. God, man, that sucks. I was lucky this one rolled a 6 and then a 3. Oh, it's also because I'm wounded too, right? So that increased. This should be a 5 normally, but now it's a 6, so I had to do that one. Either way, I hit him. Front bodyguard is hit hard. He remains conscious and armed. His aim position is visibly degraded. So it won't tell me how much damage I do to him, you know, and like it won't show me his rolls. That's on purpose. Because, you know, all we can assume is what visually happened, so I won't know his hit points and stuff. But we can assume he got hit hard, right? Max Foley is down in the rear compartment. He's not trying to be brave, he's trying to be small. His hands come up over his head and his mouth moves fast behind the glass, but the gunfire and street noise swallows the words. He does not exit the car. He does not surrender loud enough to matter yet. He stays low. Alright, so what does Max Foley do on his initiative? He takes cover in the rear passenger compartment. He doesn't attack. He does not escape the sedan. Okay, so he stays there. It's still turn 1. I've wasted all my combat pool. Real's gonna go next, and he's AI, so he's gonna do it. I'm gonna do... Yeah, so now I'm wounded too. And our car has been mocked up with bullet holes, right? So even if we escape with him, maybe you get to honk his nose. Wow. Oh, it only took 10 seconds. Hell, that's amazing. You think everything's now loaded in the AI where now it knows the rules enough to like just fucking do shit? Alright. Retcon the prompt point. I should not have. Okay. Real sees the front passenger still upright after Ultranova's Warhawk hit. He does not try to be fancy. He leans over the Americar's open passenger door and fires twice into the broken windshield line. Damn, he uses both shots? The first shot punches through the glass and hits the front bodyguard again. Right, because Real has a semi-auto weapon, right? And semi-auto weapons you can shoot twice, like the pistol. I have a Magnum, and so I can only shoot once, so that's why he got to shoot twice. So that makes sense. Alright, when the second shot will be less accurate than the first shot because of recoil. The man's pistol hand drops against the dashboard. The second shot tears through the passenger side frame as the sedan rocks on its suspension. The front bodyguard slumps sideways, still moving, but no longer bringing the weapon onto Ultranova. Alright, so he's down. Yeah, we got 4 successes. That's pretty good. The rear bodyguard fires back from the sedan's rear compartment. He does not have a clean angle through the broken interior. Max ducked low beside him, driver down in front, glass spider-webbed across the cabin. He fires anyway. Rounds tear across the Americar's open passenger door and windshield pillar. One hits Real's door hard enough to get a dent in the inner panel. Real ducks and keeps the pistol up. Ultranova feels glass grit hit his cheek, but no rounds hit him. Bear in mind, this is all happening, I believe, every combat turn's like 3 seconds, which is insane to think. 3 or 4 seconds. All right, the front bodyguard does not fire. His arm drags across the dashboard, pistol loose in his hand. He is still alive enough to be dangerous later if ignored, but not enough to act now. Well, I mean, he got shot like 3 fucking times. Okay, so now it's my turn. All right, I'm up. Sounds quick for a gunfight, right? It happens like super fast. We also got to remember too that like Real is a cyber samurai, so he has super fast reflexes. This is a world where people could have cybernetics and it makes them faster than normal humans. And that's also why we're so fast. I'm gonna get out of the car. I'm gonna shoot the guy in the rear seat.
Better sleep, we can help.
And then I'm gonna have my character tell Real to get his sword out, or no wait, to get Max out. All right. Yeah, I already used all my combat pool. I was just seeing if I had any left. Okay, cool. It only took 11 seconds. Thank God. I think the combat happens fast because there's a lot of like the combat run time. I think is a lot quicker, and I don't have to prep it. Ultranova shoves the driver side door open and gets out low, using the America's engine block and door frame as cover. The chest hit burns when he moves, but he stays on his feet. He brings the Ruger Super Warhawk over the door line and sights through the broken mess of the sedan's cabin. The rear bodyguard is half hidden behind torn upholstery, shattered glass, and Max Foley's hunched body. Ultranova angles a shot away from Max and fires. The Warhawk cracks. The round punches through the sedan's rear side glass and clips the rear bodyguard low across the ribs or hip. The man jerks sideways and drops below the window line, still armed but no longer firing from a clean position. Ultranova shouts, "Real! Get Max out and in our car. Shoot the guard if he gives you trouble." Rear hears him. He moves. All right, so like, let me look at the mechanics here. So, wow, target number 7? Yeah, but I rolled a fucking 8. Stuck on that. So I rolled a 6 and a 2 with that one. Okay. Alright, the street is breaking open now. People run. A cab reverses into another car with a crunch of plastic and cheap chrome. The sedan's alarm starts howling. The America's passenger door hangs open with bullet dents in it. It's going to be hard for us to escape this. Because it's the middle of the day, too. It's not like it's nighttime, and the fucking car is all blown to shit. Because, you know, it'll be easy to spot. Alright, Real moves on Ultranova's order. He comes around the America's passenger door in a crouch, Predator up using the black sedan's own rear quarter to cut the rear bodyguard's angle. He reaches the rear passenger door, yanks it open, and puts the muzzle into the dark space between Max and the wounded guard. Hands where I can see him, Real says. Max out now. The rear bodyguard moves wrong. Real fires once inside the sedan. The shot is deafening in the car's cabin. The rear bodyguard slams back into the seat and stops trying to bring his weapon up. Max Foley screams, not words, just panic, spit, and fear. Real grabs Max by the coat collar and drags him out of the rear seat. Max stumbles onto the wet pavement, short legs tangling under him, expensive shoes slipping on glass. Move, Real says, and shoves him toward the Americar. All right, that's not too bad. Look, you got 5 out of that too. He must have used 3 combat pools. That's why he had so many dice. The rear bodyguard, he's probably dead. Real has Max by the coat and is forcing him toward the Americar. Ultranova is outside the driver's side behind cover, wounded but mobile. The street is loud now. Alarms, screaming pedestrians, horns. First distance siren cutting through downtown. All right, Ultranova gets back in the car, tells Real to get Max in the back seat, and Real goes in the back seat, covering Max with a gun while Ultranova drives out of here fast at first, then I can't really like pretend that we didn't get shot, right? Like, oh wait, I know. Then calls. I'm gonna call Ball Busting Babe for a car. Oh shit, we can't abandon this car because Neverconquer rented it. They can trace it back to Neverconquer. Never mind. We'll just drive out of here. We'll drive fast and we'll just get out of here. Make as much distance from the scene. All right, Ultranova gets back behind the wheel with glass on his coat and paint under the armor. Real shoves Max Foley into the Americar's back seat hard enough to knock the breath out of him. Max is short, broad, red-faced, terrified, and furious all at once. You stupid! Real climbs in after him and jams the Predator 2 close enough to stop the sentence. Shut up. Max shuts up. Ultranova drops the Americar into gear and punches out from the cutoff. The Ford's tires scrape wet pavement, crashed and kicked the car forward through the gap between the stalled sedan and the delivery truck. A cab clips its horn and swerves. Pedestrians scatter back from the curve. Behind them, the black sedan's alarms keep screaming. The America takes the first corner too fast. The rear end slides half a lane. Ultranova corrects, rides the curve, and keeps moving. Real keeps one hand braced against the seat and the Predator on Max. Face down, hands where I can see him. Max breathes hard through his nose, pressed across the back seat. You don't know what you're doing. Real leans closer, then explain it fast later. 2 blocks, 3, 4. The first siren gets louder behind them, but not close enough to be on their bumper. Ultranova cuts through a service lane, blows past the loading dock, and drops into cross traffic under a row of old concrete sky bridges. The Americar is damaged, but still moving. The backseat smells like expensive cologne, fear sweat, gunpowder, and wet upholstery. By the 6th block, the immediate shooting scene is behind them. No Lone Star Cruiser is directly on their tail yet. Cameras and witnesses are a different problem. We'll deal with that shit later. Alright, so we got out of there. Oh, hey, what's up, Kurtcoolbeans? The recap? Okay. Shit. So we just kidnapped Max. We made a deal with Maria. So Maria's paying us. She's paying us double. And she's paying us hazard fee. I took Neverconquer back to my house and where my wife healed him for like 1 hit point. And then we went back there, and so you're now with Maria and Neverconquer guarding Maria in the safe house, and Real and Ultranova went to find Max. We used ball busting babe's legwork to find him, so she told us where he was. And Maria paid her, I guess. Yeah, you got to watch TV. And then so I just did the sloppiest shit I could think of, which was just go and get this guy. And he had like 3 bodyguards, so we stopped him in traffic. We killed his bodyguards, and then we shoved Danny DeVito in the backseat of the car, and now the car is driving back to the warehouse. The car's been shot up though, so it's obvious that we've been in a gunfight. So I'm hoping we don't get any heat. The sirens are coming, so like we won't be able to use this car anymore. We're gonna have to ditch it. But it's a rental. Neverconquer rented it. Hopefully from not an actual rental service, but some kind of like, you know, back market like rental thing. Yeah, change vehicles. Plug all the holes with bubblegum. It'll look nice that way. And then on the offhand, while this shit loads, I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons, but now it's loading fast. You will say it was stolen? What did never... You know, I'm going to ask. Let's see if the AI knows. Who did Neverconquer rent the car from? You're not getting your deposit back. I know that one. Maybe Maria will defray costs. That's true. Was it a legit? I'm gonna ask that because we need to know that too. When we deliver to Beetle, we'll include that as part of the cost. So now that we got the dude, I was thinking we would go back to the safe house with him, right? And then Maria and all of us can question the asshole on what the fuck's going on. Just strip down and ditch it? You want to do that? But your $200 deposit or whatever. My worry, I guess when we strip it, we take the plates off it and shit, but it still has a VIN, right? Unless we scratch the VIN off and ditch it. Fuck the money. Okay. Yeah. Real keeps the predator on max and looks forward. Keep moving. All right, back to Dungeons and Dragons then while that loads. Oh shit. You know, I'm not, you know what? Fuck it. We're just, fuck his backstory. What? Because I know his backstory. It doesn't make sense to you guys. Good. I can't read through the whole backstory. It'll take forever. So what are we doing? We're here to find Velda, expose Maravane. Got a crossbow. I'm a fighter level 4. Oh, okay, there we go. All right, so it's loading a lot quicker now that we've been playing it for a while. So it was taking like 5 minutes earlier. Now it's like 1 minute. Okay, so Bible says Neverconquer arranged the Grave Fort Americar through a security side contact. So when the rental company reports a missing car and the cops have a missing car with no owner, they'll think they'll make the link. Yeah, you're right. But look, your $200 non-refundable, your $500 deposit, bro. Make Max pay for the car. But it's not a public rental counter, so it is a black market thing. So we'll probably lose that deposit. It was only a 2-day rental. I think we're on our 3rd day, so we've already fucked that up. So it's not a lot hurts or anything. But it's also not necessarily a stolen car or full underground fix or chop shop vehicle. Best read is gray market security contact. Trace risk lower than a normal legal rental. So we could ditch it, but higher than a burned disposable car. No, we didn't have time to loot the guards. The gunfight lasted about less than like 9 seconds. And we needed to get the fuck out of there because we heard cop sirens. Like people were running away. I mean, we shot 3 dudes in public on a street. So we got out of there fast. We got Max. That's what was important. You will say you were carjacked and shot. Oh, that's true. You are shot. All right, given the current scene, that America is now very hot. Bullet damage, public shooting, Max Foley kidnapping, camera witnesses, and likely vehicle description plates in play. Well, I'm not going to take it directly back to the thing. Ultranova drives. Yeah. Did we gag Max? No, we didn't really have to. We just got a gun on him. You want to gag him? Real gags Max to shut his fucking lying face up. And trank him? I don't know if we have a trank though. Real can just choke his ass out. But then we're dragging Danny DeVito around, and that's kind of annoying. Okay, well, I like my fiction here. We'll drive to abandoned parking lot and ditch the car. The rental people can pick it up later. That's NC's problem. You won't get your 500 deposit back. That's fine. All right. What else? Oh yeah. Ball busting bait. Wait. We'll contact. For pickup. Make him answer some questions while they wait. There we go. Check him for transmitters. Wait, I punched him in this. Do you like this? You like the fiction I wrote, guy? Why did he want her dead? Yeah, that's true. We need to figure that out. All right, well, let's go back. We're back to Dungeons and Dragons. All right, you like the pet story? I love how I just kept it. Shit, I can't concentrate on two things at once right now. We'll just keep playing the fucking Shadowrun. Oh, I can play Earth Dawn. Fuck yeah. I'm glad this GM keeps fucking up too. Yeah, my body rating's 4.3 raw. That's okay, it doesn't really matter. It's not like I died or I just got shot. That's a big deal. Yeah, I made a Sailor Moon RPG for my wife. Should I play that in the meantime? Do you guys want the Sailor? See, which ones do I have? I have Earth Dawn, I have Star Trek Decipher, I have the Sailor Moon one, There was also a Sopranos one. The GM is like trying to cheat. The AI has been sloppy today. What can I say? I will punish you kind of stuff. Trying to think here. Okay, here we go. Real gags Max with a strip of torn cloth and black tape from his kit, then binds his wrists with plastic restraints. Max fights it for about 2 seconds until Real puts the Predator against his ribs. Try again, Real says. Max stops fighting. Ultranova keeps the Americar moving. The Ford is hot, damaged, and ugly now. Bullet marks in the passenger door, spidered glass, a short man tied up in the back seat with Real's gun on him. The city's outside is already starting to react. Sirens behind him, traffic cameras overhead, wage slaves staring from bus stops. Ultranova cuts south and west through service roads, delivery alleys, and old industrial blocks. The route is fast and dirty, not clean. It gets distance from the shooting scene, but the Americar is too visible to keep for long. He pulls into a dead parking lot behind a gutted strip mall. Half the lot is broken asphalt and weeds. The old signs are stripped down to rusted frames, a few dead shopping carts sit against a chain link fence. He kills the engine. Okay, so we got there. Okay, chain link fence, dead carts, cracked asphalt. So it's like an abandoned store. Ultranova uses the same controlled route to contact Ball-busting Babe. No Maria gear, no open call, no safe house address. Ball-busting Babe answers quicker this time. What happened? Ultranova tells her enough. Hot pickup, damaged Americar, Max in hand, abandoned lot, need a clean vehicle. There is a short silence. You grabbed Foley in daylight? Real hears it from the backseat and says, he was available. Ball-busting Babe does not laugh. Pickup costs $5,000 if I touch this. More if I pick up tail. I bring a switch vehicle. You leave the Ford dead. Nobody says my name near him. Ultranova gives the location. 15 minutes if traffic stays stupid. Ball-busting Babe says, if you hear sirens before me, move on foot and call again. The line cuts. Alright. Real opens the back door and hauls Max out of the Americar. Max stumbles on the broken asphalt wrist tied behind him. Gag still in his mouth. Coat twisted half off one shoulder. Ultranova pulls the gag down. Max sucks airs, then starts talking immediately. You stupid amateurs! You have no idea who you just... Ultranova punches him in the stomach. Max folds forward hard, breathing, leaving him in a wet grunt. Real catches him by the collar before he drops all the way. Ultranova gets close. Answers. Max coughs, spits, and tries to pull his face back into the manager's mask. It's not fit. Not here. Not with tape marks on his mouth and gunfire still ringing in everybody's ear. I didn't hire those men, Max says. I didn't. You think I wanted this? You think I wanted bodies on the floor with Maria's name all over the feeds? Real keeps the Predator low at Max's side. Max looks at Ultranova, eyes bright and mean. You want answers? Ask Gavin Rowe, who cleaned the language before the body was dry. Ask Celeste Marr why her office had a room open before sunrise. I manage talent. I don't hire shooters. He's breathing hard now. I was told to keep her moving through stage left. That's it. That's what I did. I was told it was pressure, scare her, isolate her, make Armando look like the problem. Nobody said 2 dead men in front of witnesses. Nobody said you people would start a fucking street war downtown. He stops, realizes he said too much, and clamps his mouth shut. He's bullshitting. Who does he owe? Max says, you know what? Like, we'll keep interrogating him until Ball-busting Babe picks us up, but Neverconquer's the best one to interrogate him. Because he has the best interrogation skill. Max's mouth keeps twitching like he wants to take the words back. Yeah, you got this, turd. Real looks at Ultranova. He slipped. He knows more than he wanted to say. A car passes somewhere beyond the chain fence and keeps going. No sirens are visible yet. Ball-busting Babe is inbound. Max is restrained, ungagged, and breathing hard in front of Ultranova. I'm going to keep asking questions until Ball-busting Babe shows up. I'm gonna like, so my questions would be like, who does he owe and why, and who is your daddy and what does he do? No, and why, why he did what he did. Our mom says our dad is a real sex machine. Hey, do you know there was like a kindergarten cop 2? Who's involved? Name, names, and details. Okay.
Please let me join your fleet, Captain.
Shit.
You can't.
No, we can have Neverconquer do that too, right? Like we're gonna, like we're gonna take him in. We're, all of us and Maria are gonna talk to him. We murdered 3 men on the street, guys. I like how Arnold is with the kids. Now I'm going to ask you some questions. I want them answered immediately. Who is your daddy? What does he do? I'm a cop, you idiot. Remember when people do the prank phone calls with the Arnold soundboard? And they would do that shit all the time. They would just be like, who is your daddy and what does he do? Like, sir, why do I need to answer this? I'm a cop, you idiot. Put the cookie down. Oh yeah, the last action here. May I speak to the drug dealer of the house, please? Oh my god. Yeah, I think there was a kindergarten cop 2, and I think it was The Rock or some shit in the sequel. I like how the school in Kindergarten Cop was the reference that the developers used for Silent Hill for the school in that one. Damn it. Which I think that movie was filmed in like Alaska or some shit. Oregon. Okay. Let's switch the music to Double Dragon. Double Dragon 3, the one everyone hates. Hell yeah. Jimmy and Jimmy Lee. Double Dragons. I really like the... I remember I rented Double Dragon 3. I fucking hated it as a kid. I was like, what is this shit? Double Dragon 2 was so good. You beat Double Dragon 3? God, you remember when you fight that first guy and then you get to unlock him and he stinks? I think I got as far as unlocking the ninja guy, but by then I was like, man, this game is hard as shit. What were they thinking with that? Like, I mean, I hate to be like the angry video game nerd, but it's like, that's ridiculous that you beat this boss and then you get to play as him and he sucks. Like, his claw weapon kills most bosses, though. That's yeah, he did have that claw weapon, and there was a weapon mechanic too. I remember in that game I'd have to play player 2 just so I'd have an extra life. Alright, Ultranova keeps Max on his feet beside the dead Americar. Real holds him from the side with one hand on the collar and the Predator 2 low against Max's ribs. Max's wrists are zip tied behind him. His face is red, wet, and ugly with fear. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Get the music back. Alright, Ultranova asks him who he owes. Max tries to laugh, but comes out then. I owe everybody, that's my business. Ultranova steps in, Max's mouth closes. Shigeta Gumi. Oh my god. Does he owe fucking Yakuza money? Max says, not Armando, not the Yaks. In the Trid version, you idiots. We're fed. Shigeta Gumi, Sumiko Hotoda. Bill's face changes just enough to show he knows the name matters. Max keeps talking because silence is worse. I didn't owe Gavin. Gavin's a tool. He cleans words. He makes blood look like a misunderstanding. Celeste fed access and routine because she still knew Maria's habits from Armando's side. I passed what I was told to pass. Ultranova asks why he took Maria on in the first place. Max looks at him like the question is stupid, then remembers the gun. She was money, man. She was going to be huge. Because after Armando, she needed a machine around her, and I had one. That's what I do. I find talent and I sell it. His voice cracks, and because Samiko wanted eyes on her, at first that was all. Keep her profitable, keep her reachable, keep her away from Armando. Then it became pressure, then it became the club. Ultranova presses him on stage left. Max shakes his head too fast. I confirmed the exit. I said I'd be there. I was supposed to be near enough to pull her out after she panicked. That was the shape. Armando gets blamed. I look like the man who saved her. Maria comes back scared, grateful, and controllable. He swallows. Nobody told me two men were going to start shooting like that. Real says, do you expect us to believe that? Max turns on him desperate. I expected a scare. A grab, a miss, not bodies. Not runners killing people in front of half the club, not this. Ultranova asks who gave the order. Max's eyes flick toward the street. Sumiko. Through her people. Sometimes direct, sometimes not. I didn't meet shooters. I didn't pay shooters. I gave a route, timing, access language, and management cover. Gavin built the morning story. Celeste helped make the route look natural. A vehicle turns somewhere beyond the lot, slow. Max freezes. Real tightens his grip. The car keeps moving past. Ultranova asks what Sumiko wants with Maria. Max's face goes tighter. I don't know. Real digs the Predator harder into his ribs. Max breathes through his teeth. I don't know the whole thing, not really. Sumiko doesn't explain investments to men who owe her money. He said Maria mattered beyond records, old history, old ownership. Something from before Armando. I didn't ask because I'm not stupid. He looks at Ultranova. That's the truth. Or enough truth to keep me breathing. Oh, I don't have intimidation? I had to use my charisma? Isn't putting a gun in this guy's face enough intimidation? Do I really have to roll that? Well, like at least Real supported it, though. When do you get it? When Ball Busting Babe shows up and we can drive back to the safe house. Hopefully she shows up soon. Okay, at 12:55, Ball Busting Babe arrives. Not a flashy car, battered brown delivery van with old soy noodle decals and a mismatched panels rolls into the far side of the lot. Oh, you didn't bring the pedo van? Damn. It's not stopped near the Americar at first. It loops once, slow, checking the lot, the fence line, the exits, then it pulls up, nose out near the alley exit. Ball Busting Gate gets out with white hair under a dark cap, armored jacket zipped, one hand low under the van door light. Looks at the bullet-chewed Americar, then at Max fully tied and sweating beside Real. Jesus Christ, she says. You really did grab the little bastard. She looks at Ultranova's armor where the hit landed. You're bleeding bad. Real says, light hit. He's driving. Ball Busting Babe nods once. Van's clean enough for the next few miles. Not clean forever. Forward stays. He's in it. Max sees Ball Busting Babe and starts breathing harder. Real keeps the gun on him. The Ford America sits in the lot with bullet damage, glass dust, and Neverconquer's deposit written off and everything but accounting. Okay. I give the keys. Then Real and so we'll drive to the safe house in the van. And that's when Neverconquer and will lead the interrogation against him to try and get more info out of him. Possibly Maria too, because I guess he's what's it called? The character, oh shit, something to do with Maria's past. So like some Japanese lady, possibly like Yakuza or something, wanted Maria for some reason. Wanted to send a hit out on her? I don't know. Let me do that so we don't get spoiled. Here, let's see. Let's check out while that's going on. Look, this is kind of shows what I've been doing, right? Like I put Aristotle's Poetics in Urkdon. Thought it would give me better stories. Let's see, maybe I have yeah, so this is what Urkdon is, right? It's like it's the prequel to Shadowrun, and it's made by the guys that made Shadowrun, and it's about like magic and heroes and rebuilding the dead world. That's all like instead of it's post-apocalyptic, but post-apocalyptic high fantasy. So it happens what's it called? Instead of radiation, it's like dark magic has ruined the world. Like that's what this shit is here. So that might be something. Yeah, it's like different from Dungeons and Dragons. It's not. Its combat system is very crunchy. It uses a lot of weird dice. Let's see if I got another picture of it. I see, like I made a movie poster of Urkdon too. So like, see, this kind of shows Urkdon a little bit. The scourge is over, the terror remains. So there's like a darkness, but it's got some interesting races. It's got lizard people. So it's got lizard people, and it's got like these things called windlings. They're like fairy folk. We know Max is lying, because if it was a small harmless just for show production instead of a hit job, it would require multiple parties for orchestration. He knew. You're right, he did. Let me get back to Shadowrun here, because the thing's done. I also made some Shadowrun movie posters as well, not just the Mercurial one. I generate more, but for some reason the shit's not working. You'd be a dwarf rogue, right? Like I think so. In Urkdon, every discipline like class is a magic class, because they're called adepts, so they can use their fucking like magic on their bodies and stuff. So there's like archer ones and stuff. It's really cool. It's got a lot of interesting things. It's not quite ready to stream yet. I think Shadowrun's more built right now, so that's why I'm keeping that. But like I'm building Urkdon and Dungeons and Dragons as well, so we'll have that in the future. All right, Ultranova hands Ball Busting Babe the Americar key. Ball Busting Babe looks at the bullet holes in the floor, then the key in her palm. This is not disposal, she says. This is evidence management with a bad attitude. She pockets the key anyways. If Neverconquer's rental contract comes crying, tell him to cry quieter. I'll get it moved, stripped, or parked somewhere that makes the wrong people argue over jurisdiction. That costs extra if it bites me. Real tapes Max's mouth shut again. Max tries to twist away, but Real puts him chest first against the van's interior wall and cinches the gag tight. Max's wrist stays zip-tied behind him. Ultranova gets behind the wheel of Ball Busting Babe's battered GMC Bulldog work van. Ugly, diesel heavy, armored enough to feel slow before it moves. Temporary delivery magnets cover most of the old free candy. Oh my god, it is the free candy fucking van. Holy shit. But some of the stupid lettering shows through under the grime. Near the rear quarter, she just put fucking metal decals on it. Real shoves Max into the back and climbs in with them. Predator 2 stays close. Ball Busting Babe slaps the side of the van once. Don't bring it back full of blood unless the blood paid. I mean, I gave the AI, I told it that, like, you know, she still does a lot of dumb catchphrases too. That's her personality. She has a garage. She has like a low lifestyle, but she has a garage, and like she has a lot of entertainment. Like her entertainment in the garage is maxed out. I assume she sleeps in the garage with the cars, and her security's maxed out. So like, imagine, if you will, like a garage with high security and like a nice big screen TV or something, and that's where she lives. But she's got like 5 cars. I think she's got like a sports car, 2 normal looking cars, and the pedo van, and a bike. The van does not move like the America. Oh wait, we already did that one. Max breathes through the gag in sharp little bursts. Real keeps him low out of the windows, one knee braced against his side. The route back to the warehouse takes time. Ultranova does not drive straight. He uses industrial streets, loading docks, and low camera blocks where the van belongs. Twice he waits out traffic instead of forcing a gap. Once he kills a turn because Lone Star Cruiser is parked at the Stuffer Shack 3 blocks ahead. By the time the warehouse comes into view, there is no visible tail on the van. The block looks the same as when Ultranova left. Wet concrete, closed loading doors, bad fencing, old trash moving in the gutter. The roll-up opens just enough. Kurt has it from inside. The van noses in, the door comes down behind it. Maria stands near the evidence bench. Neverconquer sits up on the cot. Kurt has his fucking gun that he's been having this whole time. Real drags Max Foley out of the back of the van, gagged and bound. Maria's face changes when she sees him. Not surprised, confirmation. Max sees her and starts making noises through the gag. Real shoves him down onto the chair. Sit. Alright, so I'm gonna have Ultranova bandages and cleans his wounds while Neverconquer leads an interrogation in front of Maria, who can also ask questions. All right, so NCS. All right, so NCS. Wait, I'll just take what Kurt put in the chat. So NC knows Max is lying because it was small, harmless. All right, while that's baking, let's see. Let's find some more of that Shadowrun movie posters that I made. Because I was checking out, like I was making the, yeah, I copied and pasted it. You want, who's your daddy? Because I was checking out, like, you know, I changed the tone. That was one of the things I changed now, Kurtcoolbeans. I made the tone more like dark. So now we're in like a dark, cynical, dystopian, cyberpunk noir. I also added Aristotle's Poetics. What was it before? It just didn't have a tone. It was just the normal tone. I made it a hard R now. So it should have more of a tone closer to like Terminator and RoboCop. That's a big one. I added a morale and stress system that didn't seem to play at all when we killed those 3 guys. It's supposed to trigger like a thing, and it happens to us too, where like people panic. Or maybe it did. It just didn't show it to us, because sometimes it hides some of the rolls, which is on purpose because we shouldn't really see what the enemy rolls. I'm looking for these fucking movie posters. I know I made one. I'm also gonna start like writing some more plots. Feed the AI the Twilight movies. You know, my wife said that, and I was like, yeah, that could happen. There's werewolves and fucking vampires in Shadowrun, though vampires are more like a virus. Is there a search function here? No, there's. Where the fuck are these movie posters I made? I know I made them a while ago. Actually, I was gonna rip off William Shatner's Tech War and like Bubblegum Crisis and shit for like, you know, seeding new plots. I also fitted a lot of game design shit, so you know, it should have like pressure clocks now. One of the main design focuses was timer, threat, treat. Oh yeah, the movie poster is fucking dope. So here's the other thing I did with it too. I gave it an image system, so now like, you know, everyone will kind of like have a distinct look, but it made you like this nerdy dude. Let me know if you want to change it. You know, like just tell me, like, you know, the easiest way is to either send me a picture or to tell me what actor you want him to look like. But the imaging shit doesn't work right now, so we're stuck with this one poster. That's why I'm trying to find the other stuff. Your hair is short. Oh, really? Wow, I didn't even give it anything. I just said fill it in. Hey, you guys want to see what my fucking what's it called? My Dungeons and Dragons. I also did tone for my Dungeons and Dragons game, right? Because Dungeons and Dragons was kind of boring, so I was like, can you make this dark fucking fantasy? And it gave me some pretty fucking cool pictures. Let's see if I can find one. Because I was like, can this be like gothic, dark fantasy, heavy metal, swords and sorcery? And it was like, okay. And then it gave me this. Once I tuned it in, then I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm fucking talking about. The Swords of the Black Barrow, dark fantasy adventure. I'm like, yeah, you got a fucking bloody sword, and we got this chick over here that somehow, like, her boobs are out, but she's got this skeleton thing going down, you know, and it's like, that's fucking dope, right? Like, that's way more interesting than just swords, like, you know. And once I did that, I realized, like, shit, I need to do that to Shadowrun. Shadowrun needs to be like fucking Blade Runner. And so that's why that movie poster is so kick-ass now, because now the tone and everything's supposed to be dark and adult and rated R and not like, you know, because I realized that these RPGs, they make them like PG-13, you know, because they want them to sell, so they kind of have these like dark undertones in them, but they don't use them. And it's like, we might as well, you know, it's up to the game master to add the flavor and the tone. So I said, you know what, let's go fucking dark. See if I can find. Yeah, the characters are defeated, not killed or slain, right? Yeah, they don't die or anything. Like, it's weird because Dungeons and Dragons has a lot of like demonic, you know, devil stuff in it. At least the first edition, they had to get rid of that because of the whole scare. And then what's it called? I'm looking for something here. You know, and then they had to soften it up. Like, they couldn't use the word erotic. Like, can you imagine that? So it's like, man, we need to really make like Shadowrun, you know, more adult, more like a 1980s movie. And that's the other thing I said like make it like a 1980s 1990s like dark sci-fi. All right, hey, I found him. Yeah, so then I said, like, well, you know, we need to get like the tone down, and then so like I said, make me some movie posters, right? So like, you know, no future, no mercy, just the run. Shadowrun. You can't see it here, but it's rated R, coming soon to a theater near you. But like, I also wanted it to have that cynicalness of like RoboCop, so now it has like ads. And the ads are, you know, like corporates have these fucking like, you know, catchphrases. Like, we own the future and stuff, right? Here's another one. Kind of like the same vibe, basically. Can we get, you want TVMA? Yeah, but we're a hard R. That's close. That's the same thing. Yeah, see, like, we own tomorrow. It's like the catchphrase and stuff. So it should be giving us a lot more interesting, like, at least fiction. And then when we go back to the sandbox, it's going to feed the sandbox. Oh, wait, we're all the way back in the fucking beginning. Let me scroll all the way down. Damn, a lot of fiction happened. All right. Ultranova moves to the office nook and strips the armor jacket open enough to work. The round did not punch through clean. It bruised deep, cut skin under the jacket edge, and left him with glass grit and blood in the fabric. He cleans the wound with field antiseptic, pulls glass from the shallow cuts, tapes a pad tight over the impact line, and keeps one ear on the interrogation. Near the evidence bench, Real pulls Max's gag down but keeps the tape ready. Kurt stands by the roll-up side of the room with his Ruger low. Maria stays where Max can see her. Neverconquer sits forward on the cot. You're gonna fucking interrogate this guy while you're still on the mattress? He's still hurt, but this is his room now. Prison voice, security voice, no shouting. You're lying, Neverconquer says. Max's face is damp. He tries for offended. I told you what? No. You told us the version where you were a scared little manager who thought this was a theater. Max's mouth works. Neverconquer points at the evidence bench. Fake evidence against Armando, route timing, stage left, Gavin shaping language, less feeding routine, Sumiko over your shoulder, multiple people moving before the blood hit the floor. That is not a scare, that is an operation. Maria's face goes still. Neverconquer leans forward. You knew it was real. Maybe you didn't know every bullet. Maybe you didn't know which shooter, but you knew Maria was being put in the machine. Max looks at Maria, then away. Maria steps closer. You showed me evidence against Armando. Max says nothing. Maria's voice stays level. Was it fake? Max swallows. Yes. The word lands in the warehouse and stays there. Maria does not move. Her hands close slowly at her sides. Max starts talking faster. Otoda gave it to me. Sumiko Hotoda. Shigita Gumi. She said Armando was dirty, that he had BTL connections, dream chip traffic, proof, names. It looked real enough. I gave it to you because I needed you away from him. Maria asked why. Max stares at the floor. Because I owed them. How much? Max shuts his eyes. 500,000. What the fuck did you do? That's one hell of a gambling debt, man. Real's jaw tightens. Max opens his eyes again and looks at Maria because looking at Neverconquer is worse. You were gonna kill me. Not a metaphor, not business pressure. Kill me. Then somebody realized I was your way out of Armando's orbit. They told me I could keep breathing if I got control of your career and signed over enough money to pay the debt. The debt is probably much higher. I mean, that's a pretty good fucking debt, man. 500,000? Half a mil? Real only has like 1/5 of that. Maria's voice drops. You sold me, Max snaps. I was dead if I didn't. Kurt says from the near door, that was a yes. Max's face twists. I thought I could manage it, keep you working, keep them happy, keep me alive. Type of guy never tells the full amount. You're right, he's probably bullshitting us on that. And he owes Neverconquer blood. Neverconquer cuts in, and the club? Max breathes through his nose. The threats were supposed to push her tighter to me. Make Armando look unstable. Make me look like the only adult in the room. I knew Shigita people were involved. I knew it could get ugly. I didn't ask how ugly because asking doesn't change what men like that do to debtors. I thought Shigita was a chick. Ah, well, whatever. Alright, who gave the club instructions? I got the broad shape from Sumiko. Timing, fear, Armando blame. I confirmed stage left. I told Gavin what kind of public language would be needed if something happened. Celeste helped with routine and access because she knew Maria's old patterns. Are we gonna have to get these other two guys? Son of a bitch. Maria asks, did you know they were going to shoot? Max hesitates too long. Neverconquer sees it. Max says, I knew guns were possible. Maria does not blink. Did you know I could die? Max's face collapses a little. Yes. Wow, Max. The warehouse is quiet except for the van engine ticking as it cools. Neverconquer keeps going. What else did Sumiko say? Max looks at the taped ship cases on the bench. She said Maria mattered beyond records. I don't know the full reason. She let one name slip once. New Horizons. That's all. New Horizons. I thought it was a shell company. A studio front. Some old money thing I didn't care. I should have cared. Yeah, you got us into a real quarter soul drencher that kind of potentially takes all the years off our lives. That's why we're pissed. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, we're also public now too, in a way, right? Because we're exposed because we're close to a celebrity. Maria says, "Where is Samiko? I don't know her safe place. I know contact routes. I know she used intermediaries. I know this goes bad for her. She'll send fire before she sends apologies." Real puts the tape back near Max's mouth. Max shakes his head fast. "That's what I know. Shigeta wanted her. I owed them. I moved her. Gavin cleaned the story. Celeste helped make the route work. New Horizons is bigger than me. That is the truth." What the fuck is New Horizons? It's his job to sniff out these things before they happen, so he sold us out. It's personal. I'm gonna put that. Kurt. I'm gonna put everything you said. I'm gonna have you think it though. Let's see if that like does anything in the fiction. I'm just copying and pasting it. All right, Max sits bound in the chair, breathing through his mouth. Maria stands in front of him, pale and rigid. Neverconquer watches Max's eyes, not his mouth. Do you think Neverconquer? Do you want to like ask him questions or anything? Or I know I want to ask some questions. What the fuck is New Horizons? I'll have you do it. You have the better fucking.
Pizza Hut. We've always measured.
Ah, damn it. Ask for names and details. You'll go grab a hammer. Yeah, I'll have Neverconquer ask for names and details. The fuck is the crew need to ask Maria what she knows about New Horizons and the Japanese lady, because I don't want to spell her name. A delivery station? Oh, a delivery destination in the meantime. Who are we delivering him to? I thought we'd just keep him tied up. Treat him like a cheese sandwich or something, you know? If he has to go poo-poo or something, we'll just take him to the fucking toilet with the gun on him. Gotta find a buyer. But no one wants him. He's a piece of shit. Like, who could we ransom him off to? The people he owes 500,000 to? They'll just be like, kill him. Shit, he's a dead end. Fuck, if this wasn't like an actual module that someone wrote in 1989, I was gonna say the AI is just making shit up and giving me more crap to follow, but no, this is definitely like pre-written, so fuck. Yeah, either Armando or whoever else hates him. I know Armando kind of wanted him. We could deliver him to Armando. That could be a possibility. You know, with the evidence and shit, Armando can do whatever the fuck he wants with him. He wanted a public humiliation, though. He didn't want him. He didn't want us to kill him. So I'm pretty sure now, like, that whatever we did is on the news. We need to check the news and the internet. All right, Kurt watches Max from the near roll-up door. He does not say it out loud, but his face says enough. Max did not just sell out Maria. He put the whole crew into a public gunfight, kidnapping, a media storm, a body trail, maybe a Yakuza corp war. Finding trouble before it gets that big was Max's job. He either failed on purpose or decided everyone else could bleed for his debt. Neverconquer sees the same thing. He sits forward on the cot, pale but steady. Names, Neverconquer says. Full names. Who talked to you? Who carried messages? Who gave you fake evidence? Who told you stage left? Who knew the club plan? Max looks from Neverconquer to Maria, then to Ultranova. He has the look of a man measuring which lie costs less. Neverconquer does not raise his voice. You don't get to sell this as misunderstanding anymore. A harmless scare does not need a manager, a press cleaner, an access clerk, a Yakuza handler, and a fake evidence packet, and a route through the kill corridor. You knew enough. Max's mouth tightens. Samiko Hotoda, he says, that's the name you want. Nagita Gumi. She had the debt, she had the fake Armando file. She told me Armando was dirty and that Maria had to be moved away from him. Who else? Gavin Rowe. He knew the public line before anything happened. He was supposed to make Armando look like the obvious threat. Criminal intimidation, obsessive former manager, Yakuza angle, whatever played best. Maria's expression does not change. Her fingers dig into her own arms. Celeste Marr, Max says. She gave routine, old habit routes who Maria still trusted, with which backstage moves felt normal. I don't know if she knew it was a hit. I don't think Celeste has anything to do with this. Gavin Rowe might be the dude we have to take next. Though we could do some like research on this bitch that this what's her name, Sumiko. Like Ultranova can go online and, you know, see what the shadow boards are saying. I Neverconquer cuts in. You don't know because you didn't ask. Max shuts up for half a second. That's right, he says. I didn't ask. Ultranova asks him what the fuck New Horizons is. Max lips his lips. I don't know. I heard Sumiko say it once, maybe twice. She was angry talking to someone else, not me. She said Maria was not just a singer. She said there was still value locked up in her. She said New Horizons wanted the asset clean. Is it her cyberware? Maria goes rigid. Max sees it and keeps talking faster. I thought it was a label front, a shell company, a buyer, some corp money behind the Yakuza. I didn't know. Ultranova turns the question on Maria. Maria does not answer at first. The room waits. I don't know, she says. It is too flat. Rio looks at her. Kurt looks at her. Neverconquer does not push yet. Maria's face has gone pale under the warehouse light. She looks past Max, past the evidence, and nothing in the room. I don't know the name, she says, but I don't like hearing it. Ultranova asks her about the Japanese woman. Maria shakes her head once. I never met Sumiko Hotoda, not that I remember. The last three words cost her. She looks at Max. You let her give you my life because you owed her money? Max says, I was dead. Maria steps closer. So was I. Max looks away. Neverconquer keeps working. At the end, we should offer to buy his own freedom, maybe, since he fucked up so bad putting our lives in the shitter. Oh yeah, the Double Dragon music is pretty funky, huh? But rather we deliver him? So you mean offer to buy? He has no money though. He owes 500,000. He can't. We deliver his ass. Why would we buy his freedom? What do we need this guy for? Details, contact routes. Max exhales through his nose. Sumiko never used the same line twice if she could help it. She liked intermediaries, Japanese men, sometimes Korean, sometimes local muscle. One woman courier with the silver rings on 3 fingers came through the office relays on public booths when she wanted to scare me. She came in person. Where? Blue room twice, a private room over Needle and Vice once. So wait, so she was in the blue room? The one we just fucking like me and Kurt like went over there and played burglars? A parking level under the Takara Kobayashi office block, and one place I only saw from inside a car. Neverconquer says, describe it. Industrial waterfront, south end, fenced yard. White painted warehouse with no sign, chemical smells, security lights, Japanese voices. I never got an address. Yeah, this guy has no money, man. If he had the money, he would have paid it to the people that were gonna fucking kill him. That's my assumption. Ultranova asked him about New Horizons again. Max shakes his head. I heard New Horizons with another name, Perfecto, or Perfecto, something like that. Sumiko said if the wrong people knew Maria were still active, everyone would come looking. She said Armando was sentimental. I was useful and Maria was expensive. Maria's breathing changes. She grabs the edge of the evidence bench. Kurt moves half a step, not crowding her. Maria says very quietly, I remember a room. Max looks at her. She does not look at him. White walls, plastic smell, someone telling me to sing softer. Not a studio, not a club. There was a man with gloves. I don't know if that's real. How do you not know that's real? Real says nothing. His gun stays on Max. Maria blinks hard, angry at her own fear. That's all I have. I don't know New Horizons. I don't know Sumiko, but something about that name is in my head where it shouldn't be. So she has false memories? Did they like brainjack her or something? Is this woman not even Maria? No, that would be too ridiculous. She obviously remembers, like, it's something. Maybe it's like amnesia, or they blanked her. That's all I have. I don't know New Horizons. I don't know Sumiko, but something. Yeah, okay. She probably has info locked up in there that's worth trillions. Max is sweating through his shirt now. Maria stands over him, no longer looking like the protected client. She looks like someone finding the locked door inside her own skull. She is a threat to someone. Do you think she has information in her head? I'm going to ask Max. No, wait. Ultranova is going to say, I'm going to make Max make her a free agent. I don't know how he can do that, but we're going to do that. I'll have Neverconquer search Max for any trackers or anything important, because we forgot to search his ass. So Maria's not just a rock star, she's got like, he's got either false memories or suppressed memories. You think they're gonna go full Blade Runner with this? You think Maria is even human? Because we know she's got cybernetic limbs, but I don't think like androids or anything like that exist in Shadowrun. She's got industry secrets in her brain encryption files. So she's got like a jack in her brain, like she's got, or like the slot. We'll have to hack her. I don't know if I can even hack people. We'll try that next. We'll see. We'll see if Ultranova can hack her. I'll ask, because the only way, like, you know, I don't know if I can access other people's brains. Maybe if they have like a jack point, you know what I mean? Let's hire someone if we can't. Someone that can like. There's only two ways that information can get into the brain in Shadowrun, right? There's like the what am I saying here? There's like the jack point, right? The jack-in point, and then there's also like a slot. You know, like a card slot. Which I think a lot of people have the card slot, because one of the drugs in Shadowrun is SimSense, and it's like an entertainment thing too. So it's like,
Smell like
you probably might actually have something. Maybe we can do something with that. Ultranova looks at Max. Maria's contract is done. You let her go. She is a free agent. A specialist clinic. Yeah, something like that. Max sits bound in the chair, tape half pulled from his mouth. Sweat running under his collar. His face tries to arrange itself into a business outrage. It fails. You can't just. Ultranova cuts him off. You can, you will. Maria stands near the evidence bench, arms folded. She says nothing. She watches Max like she is watching a dead man decide whether to keep twitching. Max looks at her. I don't have clean authority anymore, he says. Not the way you think. The management contract, Turing money, label obligations, side letters, real moves the Predator too slightly. Max stops lawyer talking. I can sign a release of management authority, Max says. I can revoke my representation claim. I can say that I no longer speak for Maria Mercurial. That won't kill every contract around her. It kills me as her manager. Maria's voice is quiet. Say it. Max looks at the floor. I release you from my management. Maria does not blink. Again, looking at me. Max looks up. I release you from my management. I no longer speak for you. I no longer control your career, schedule, security access, money, or public statements. Neverconquer shifts off the cot with a tight breath and comes over. Good. Now we search the little bastard before he keeps broadcasting our address. Max stiffens. Neverconquer puts one hand on the back of his chair and leans close. If you had a tracker on you and you let us drag you here with it hot, I'm going to be extremely personally disappointed. Real holds Max study while Neverconquer works. Neverconquer starts with the obvious: coat pockets, inside seams, shoes, belts, watch, cufflinks, collars, hairline, mouth, underarm. Yeah, why don't you just search his fucking crotch? Jewelry and anything with enough plastic or metal to hide a transmitter. Then he uses the fiber optic inspection tool and checks. Oh, I thought he was going to shove it up his ass. Seams and lighting without fully destroying the coat. Max keeps trying to talk around the tape until Real taps the pistol against a chair. Neverconquer finds the telecom first. Expensive. You'll strip that mess calls and message pulses. He kills it and drops it into the signal blocking box with Maria's gear. Then the pocket secretary, also powered, locked, also boxed. You get hazard pay. Then the important piece. Yeah, I remember when Danny DeVito was just like in his underwear throughout the entirety of Batman Returns. But then locator wafer. Oh wait, what are we listening to now? Okay, Contra, that's fine. Then locator wafer stitches the inside of the hems of Max coats behind the label, not consumer packaging. Not a normal anti-theft tag, a small professional tag. Low power, designed to be hard to notice unless someone searches like they expect betrayal. Neverconquer cuts it with a knife and holds it between two fingers. Yeah, he says. There's the smell. Maria looks at Max. Max goes white. I didn't know that was there, so he had a tracker on him. Make sure to check inside the eye sockets. So, one of us is gonna have to. We'll have. You know what? Kurt will take his motorcycle and drive out with the tracker, and then he'll drive somewhere, and then he'll like throw it in a cab, or like in the metro. You know, like put it in the metro or something. Not deactivate it. I think that's the smarter plan. That way, Max is still on the move. All right. Neverconquer looks at him. You don't get the sentence for free anymore. Max starts breathing faster. I didn't. I swear that coat came from my office this morning. Kurt's Ruger stays low, but his eyes go to the warehouse door. Let me attach the tracker to another moving vehicle like a bus. Yeah, exactly, like a public vehicle. That way the tracker just keeps going, right? Neverconquer keeps searching. He finds more. A business cred stick, a personal certified cred stick, Max's agency ID, a media tower visit access badge, a key card for his apartment building, folded paper with 2 comm numbers written in shorthand, and a chip case with a blank-looking optical chip. The blank chip is not blank. It has a paper label peeled off badly enough that adhesive remains on the edge. Max sees Neverconquer looking at it and says nothing. Maria sees Max say nothing. Max's eye stays on the optical chip too long. Neverconquer notices too. Maria does as well. The warehouse stays quiet. Okay, so Neverconquer will ask Max what this shit is. Ultranova 5K will see what's in the optical chip, and then Kurt will take the tracker, get on his bike, and ditch it on some public transportation. All right. Let's do it now. I guess I'll look like I guess I'll see what other pictures I have. Let's see. That way we have something to look at. Ah. He needs to talk. We should deliver Max to Armando and deliver all our heaps of evidence to multiple news sources anonymously. We can do that one too. I'm trying to find the companion book here. It looks like it's done. I was trying to find the companion book because I wanted to show that there's other races. You know, like how there's elves and shit. She might be using us. You think so? All right, Kurt watches Max from near the roll-up door. So you're thinking no one is innocent. No one is... No one is innocent. That'd be very fucking hardcore though if they wrote it like that. He does not say it out loud, but his face says enough. Max did not just sell out Maria. He put the whole crew into a public gunfight. Is that what we're doing? Oh, no, wait. That's the shit. We're already... Fuck it. Okay, this one. Oh, shit. We haven't subjected her to scrutiny. That's true. But she did pay us double what the fuck Max paid us. She's the only one we have trusted on mere words. So you think that's like a misdirection then? Like they wrote it when they wrote the module, they were like, oh, they'll never suspect that it was Maria this whole time. What a twist! Everything she said is lined up, however. You know, that's the problem with like modern writing. And I was having this discussion with my wife. The reason why everything sucks is that all modern writing is like to divert expectations. And so it's like when I was reading Aristotle's Poetics, yeah, she's probably innocent, but we need to make sure. Yeah, because when I was reading Aristotle's Poetics, it said that like twists need to be earned. Might need to disappear. That too. She might not be able to be a celebrity anymore. Because like everyone's always like, oh, if people find out the twist and it's a bad twist, it's like actually if they figure out it's the twist before the movie's over, it's actually a good twist because that means the twist was logical. You know, trying to make the twist not logical makes it come out of nowhere and then it's fucking stupid. It's more fun to figure something out and then see it play out. At least that's what Aristotle said. Or, you know, well, it's, you know, he's not as cool as Socrates, man. Hacker? All right. So Neverconquer picks up the optical chip between two gloved fingers. What is this? Max looks at it, then looks away. Neverconquer leans closer. Wrong direction. Look at the chip. Max's voice comes out hoarse. Insurance. Bill gives a short, ugly laugh. Max taps. For me, not for you. If Sumiko decided I was done, that chip was supposed to make killing me expensive. Ultranova takes the chip to the evidence setup and keeps it off the open matrix local reader. Air-gapped. No Maria device, no Max device, no live telecom. The chip mounts after a few seconds of ugly dead air. It's not blank. A directory opens up under an innocuous music accounting label, but the files underneath are dirty. Copied message text. Maybe Armando can refigure her into another identity? Letting start with augments and radical makeovers since she's not huge yet. Oh yeah, we need to hack her? Okay, I'll see if we can do that. Fragments, call logs, short audio, a contract lease, scan debt, acknowledgements, and a map. Note file with locations tagged in Max shorthand. Ultranova opens the audio first. A woman's voice comes through the small speaker, controlled and cold. Maria is not yours, Foley. She is not Armando's either. Keep her reachable. Keep her frightened. Keep her profitable. The old file still matters, and New Horizons makes this time sensitive. We'll use specialists. That's true. We'll find a specialist. If that's even a thing. Like brain mapping? Max goes still. Maria's face loses color. The recording continues. You will confirm stage left. Ro will handle the story. Mara will make the movement look natural. If Fernandez interferes, he becomes the reason she needs protection. If she runs, you bring her back. She might not know. That's true. The audio ends. Nobody talks for a moment. Then Neverconquer says, yeah, that sounds like harmless theater. Oh, well, we caught him in the lie. Max says nothing. Ultranova opens the map note file. It's a messy, full of initials and shorthand, but some of it lines up. SH appears next to Blue Room, Needle and Vice, and Takara Kobayashi parking level garage. PTO appears near the Old South Zone survey pressure and TL building. There's also a line that reads, M active, asset retrieval risk. Don't let AH stabilize her. Asset retrieval? So she, I mean, so I'm assuming the M is for Mercurial. Maria reads it over Ultranova's shoulder. AH is Armando, she says. You think she's an android? Max shuts his eyes. Neverconquer turns back to him. Names, full names attached to the initials. Max shoulders sag. HH is Sumiko. Gavin Rowe is Rowe. Mar is Celeste Mar. AH is Armando Hernandez. NH is New Horizons. PF is Perfecto. The T building Tatzel, I think. I heard that once. I don't know where it is exactly. Or brainwashed. Maria looks at the screen. Perfecto. The word hits her worse than New Horizons did. She touches the edge of the bench like the floor shifted. I know that name, she says. I don't know how. And the plot thickens. The fuck is going on? I thought... While Ultranova works with the chip, Kurt takes the sealed tin with the locator wafer inside. He does not open it in the warehouse. He puts on his riding gear, rolls the red racing bike out through the side exit, and leaves without revving it up like an asshole. Rain slicks the alley. The city is starting to tighten up from the downtown shooting, but this neighborhood has its own rhythm. Trucks, forklifts, delivery vans, nobody wanting extra attention. Kurt rides east, changes pace twice, then cuts towards the public transit corridor. He parks near a crowded bus stop where the rain has pushed everyone under the shelter. He keeps the tin closed until the last possible second. A Metroplex bus hisses to the curb. Kurt moves with the boarding crowd, drops the locator wafer under the rear interior panel behind a trash sticky seat basket, and steps back off before the doors close. The bus pulls away, carrying Max Foley's little electric leash into the downtown traffic. Kurt does not follow it. He walks 2 blocks in the rain before circling back to the bike. Back in the warehouse, Neverconquer holds Max's stare. Your insurance just became ours. Max looks at the chip reader, then at Maria. Maria is still staring at the word perfecto. Real tapes Max's mouth again before he can start selling another version of himself. And the directions said don't let Armando stabilize her, so we have to do the opposite of that and let him do that, whatever that is. Probably it could just be like a very sanitized way of saying like don't let Armando get her. But I'm asking if brain hacking's even possible. Okay. So I ask, can Ultranova or anyone hack Maria's brain? He might have used it. Either way, he'll know what to do given those instructions. Okay, not like a modern wireless brain hacking, no. In Shadowrun 3, Ultranova cannot just deck into Maria's head like it's a Matrix host. But there are Shadowrun 3 appropriate ways a mind can be tampered with, and the clues you have point in that direction. What Ultranova can do: hack devices, host files, analyze optical checks, check whether Maria has external gear, cyberware chips, chip jacks, headwear memory, or recording skill systems. What Ultranova cannot do: directly hack Maria's brain through the Matrix, right? Read memories with computer skills, rewrite thoughts like software unless there is a device chip system mediating it. Huh. Yeah, because BTL, that's like the sim sense, that you need a chip in your head or somewhere on your body to access that. Shadowrun 3 mind tampering routes that could exist. So persona fix, personality chips. Does she know if she knows what Armando has done? Does she know if she knows what Armando has done? What do you mean? Like to her, or like the Yakuza thing? Hypnosis brainwashing's a thing, apparently. Headwear memory or chip jack. Practical answer: Ultranova has been manipulated. He cannot safely open her brain himself. The immediate lead from the fiction is not Matrix Hacker Skull. It is Maria reacted to these things. That points more towards old medical clinical conditioning. There's a persona fix experimentation, suppressed traumatic memory, corporate Yakuza Black Project. All right, so these are the best possible investigation routes. We can determine whether Maria has a data jack, chip jack, midware memory, implanted recorder, cranial cyberware, hidden medical modifications, or old surgical signs. I mean, she has cybernetic limbs. I'm assuming she's decked out. SimSense BTL and that. I can expect recovered chips. Magical check. Well, we can't do that one. Matrix records legwork. Hack search for new horizons. I think that might be another thing I could do. I could search the dark web for new horizons. Maybe some other runners have figured it out. We can also carefully question, may trigger more memory, but pushing too hard could hurt her or produce unreliable fragments. So we can do it. We can do it like the hard way. Maybe Neverconquer should ask her. And then I can hack the Matrix, right? Oh wait, I can examine her. Yeah, so Ultranova's I'm gonna ask Maria if I can like examine her. And Neverconquer's gonna ask her questions, jog her memory, and then Ultranova is going to check the shadow boards for the Japanese lady and New Horizons. I guess Real will watch TV. Real will watch the news, see what it says. All right, that'll be what we do. The plot thickens. I thought we had it done. Like Max did this and we're done. Now it's like, oh shit. This could be a lot bigger than just like protecting a media star. The question is though, what is Mercurial then? I can see why this is a famous Shadowrun module. Let me see if I can find that. Companion book here. All right, okay. Let's see, how do I display this? Yeah, well, that's doing that. Let's look at the see this. Here's a Shadowrun companion book. So this is like the player's book, right? But for like extended rules and stuff. So yeah, it's 3rd edition, so that's what we're playing. So this has a lot of neat stuff in it, a lot of cool art. But one of the things I found in this when I was reading it was there's some more artwork. This is all like explaining how to like do a story. What is this? Oh, cool, hobos. Oh yeah, build points. So one of the things that it had was like how there's different types of races. Like there's different, these are all, this is what is called the edge and the flaw system. We can gain this shit through gameplay. Though this is actually supposed to be used for, imagine they're like traits from Fallout. They're supposed to be used for player creation. But I have a house rule that we can get these from gameplay, like phobias and shit like that. Depending on like the fiction, as well as edges. And these are all that. Okay, so where's the oh look, you can be ghouls and shapeshifters, like werewolves. Werewolves exist. So furries are canon in Shadowrun. Oh yeah. So here's the different races, right? Or Contra. It's like you can have Cyclops trolls or like these weird like Japanese dwarves. What else? Like these other kind of weird trolls, mean humans or whatever. Giants trolls. You can have gnomes. I think gnomes are like, they're dwarves as well, but they're like from Central Europe and Asia Minor. So there's like various types of meta-humans, like the Oni orc. They're the Japanese orc. Wakyambi elf. So now these are now in the in the game. I added them. The ogre orc. Minotaurs. Yeah, there you go. And then the satyr orc. I think they're Greek, right? Mediterranean satyr subgroup of orcs. So they're also in there. So there's a lot of like, oh shit, there's dark elves. Don't tell anyone. There's night ones and dark elves? The night ones I think are furry elves. So I added all that shit in. I tried to add as much of this shit from this book as I could. All right, now we're back to the fiction. That should have loaded. I think that's what I'll do is we'll just go to the book whenever it's loading. Thing? Okay. Maria looks at Ultranova for a long second after he asks. Then she nods. No drugs, no chips, no hypnosis bullshit. You tell me what you're doing before you touch me. Ultranova keeps it clinical, no theater. No trust me line. Maria sits on the edge of the cot while Max stays bound in the chair while Real watching him. Oh, with Real watching him. Ultranova checks the obvious first. Scalp line behind the ears, neck, old surgical seams, visible chrome interfaces, pupils, involuntary tracking, pulse reaction, tiny scars, any sign of a chip jack, data jack, woodware access port, or fresh implant work. He does not find an active transmitter, does not find normal consumer chip jack or data jack. He does find old work, fine surgical marks near the hairline and behind the left ear, clean, expensive, old enough to be faded under cosmetics and chrome styling, not the kind of scar a street cutter leaves after installing cheap hardware in the Barrens. She saw something or knew what is going on. Should be scannable for where? You think that's what it is? Like she saw something, they jacked her memory? Maria notices his hand pause. What? Ultranova tells her face tightens. I don't remember surgery. Neverconquer, still pale from his own wound, says that may be the point. Neverconquer does not interrogate Maria like Max. He changes his voice, procedure, but careful. Stop me if it gets bad. Can I ask you about what came up? New Horizons, Perfecto, White Room, plastic smell, gloves, stinging softer. Maria's jaw works once. Do it. Neverconquer keeps the question short. What color were the lights? Was she standing or lying down? Did she smell antiseptic or chemicals? Was the voice male or female? Did she hear Japanese, Spanish, English? Was she afraid of the room or afraid of what happened after? At first, Maria gives fragments, white, plastic, cold table, someone telling her not to scream because it would ruin the take. Then her posture changes, not a full break, more like an angle of her personality coming forward with armor on. I wasn't afraid of him, she says. Neverconquer waits. Maria's voice is flatter now. I was angry. He kept saying I belonged to the work, not to him. Not to anyone, to the work. Ooh, Maria's closes her eyes. Gloves, thin hands, Japanese I think, not Samiko. Older. An artist maybe, a doctor. Max makes the sound through the gag. Real puts a hand on his shoulder and pushes him back into the chair. Maria opens her eyes. Perfecto was on a barrel. Or a box. Blue letters. Chemical smell. I remember that. Remember being told to sing soft because the microphones were too sensitive. He grips the cot frame, and I remember waking up with music in my head that wasn't mine. Memory fragments surface, but not full clean recall. Okay. Ultranova goes to the deck. He does not search for Maria's devices. He does not use Max's telecom. He routes through his own deck, keeps the query dirty, and goes to the runner boards and dead thread archives instead of public celebrity feeds. The Sumika Hotoda search returns first. Not a lot of direct hits. She was being hypno-conditioned to be a celebrity? You mean like modern day celebrities? She's Britney Spears? Oh my god. Not a lot of direct hits. Too clean, too few. The absence is its own shape. Yeah, just like that. You're right. He was part of the fucking Mickey Mouse Club. The scraps that do surface say Shigeta Gumi, debt reinforcement, music money, to an Raku adjacent rumor, and a woman who uses other people's hands. The name is not thrown around casually. One old board post calls her white gloves without gloves. I love how I just went on Shadowrun Reddit to figure this shit out. Someone who keeps herself off the work but leaves bodies arranged like paperwork. New Horizons is worse. Too many false hits. Clinics, charities, investment corps, sim centers, rehab fronts, urban renewal shells. Then Ultranova pairs it with Perfecto and Tatzel. That gets teeth. Buried thread from an old chem data board mentions Perfecto polymers and a sealed waste disposal dispute. Another dead post ties Perfecto to old South Zone. Missing clinic files and do not bring singers near the archive. Most of the thread is corrupted, brought, or deleted. One reply remains. NH is not a label. It's a clean room name. Look for Tetzel storage, not music contracts. Okay, so we might be able to find where they did whatever they did to her. Maybe we could find evidence there? Piece together what's going on? Real keeps the TRID volume low and flips between broadcast news, pirate entertainment chatter, police scanner scraps, and media board crawlers. The story has split into 3 feeds. The first is a club attack. Maria Mercurial still missing after the Underworld 93 violence. Armando Hernandez remains the easy villain in the public edit. That makes sense. They've been feeding the newsreels their stories. We might need to infiltrate some server to copy info from it, right? Or get physical evidence. Maybe there's recordings, you know, like VHS tapes or whatever. TRIDs, they call them. The second is Max Foley, abducted downtown after daylight shooting. His security detail is down. The footage is bad but not useless. A gray America appears in early clips. 2 armed men are visible in fragments. Nobody has clean names on air yet. Yeah, we should have wore masks, but fuck it. The third has been... Someone is already feeding the line that Maria is being manipulated by violent extremists. Possibly the same people who attacked Foley. Real watches 30 seconds of one polished studio ghoul pretending to care about Maria's safety. She's not a person to them, he says. She's content. Alright, so... Kurt returns wet from the ride, helmet under one arm. He does not announce himself loudly. He checks the side street before he comes in, waits half a minute under cover, then slips through the side door. He gives the room a short nod, then goes right back to work. He checks the alley slit, the roll-up seam, the roofline camera angle, the approach road, and the cheap noise traps already set around the warehouse. He does not see a direct tail. He does not see the team sitting up. No obvious surveillance van parks across the way. The neighborhood has changed. More sirens in the distance, more traffic moving wrong. The city is awake to the mess now. The warehouse settles into tense work. Maria sits on the cot, one hand over the faded surgical marks Ultranova found. Max is bound and gagged again, eyes tracking every name that comes from the deck. Real watches the feeds, Kurt watches the street, Neverconquer watches Maria, because right now she is both the client and the evidence. Ultranova's deck has 3 hard leads glowing in cold text. Maybe I should say intent? Like, the crew need to find out where Maria was. I mean, because we need to find out about New Horizons. You think New Horizons is a way to give people new personalities? They're going to use us. We need her to become aware. You want to find the Perfecto building? Okay, the crew needs to find out more information about the Perfecto building. Neverconquer wants Maria to be more aware. Still does. So, and while you guys are doing that, I'm gonna what time is it in the game? Like it's got to be like afternoon, right? The Patso building. I think I worded it enough that it should give us the idea. I think it's the same building. I think Perfecto is like a drug or like a cart, you know what I mean, like a box. But the Tetzel site is where we need to go. All right, while that goes on, let's back to this one. So we're using the training rules, you know that. What else is in this thing? Training with an instructor. Dang, I had the AI read all this shit. What is this? Is this voodoo? Proving attributes. Okay. I'm just checking out the cool. How to hire a Shadowrunner. Oh, look at this mustache this dude has. So we can hire these guys? I think there's a thing called like ShadowNet. Oh, RAD. That's what it's called. What does RAD stand for? Referral. The Resource Adjustment Department. Of course. This is if we need to hire like an NPC to help us out. They could betray us though. If we hire like NPC Shadowrunners, that's something that we can do. Contacts and enemies. This is something I wanted to strengthen, was contacts. Like how we have to pay contacts and stuff and get more, or a friend of a friend. Friends of friends, they could betray us too. But they're also useful. Let me see if the game's working. Oh, it's still rolling dice apparently. What is the wrong party table? Success is 1 to 4. Word hits the street that you and your team is on a job. Your enemies pick up their ears, hoping to hear something that you can use against you. Oh, this is like the rumor mill. Holy shit. Shadowland. That's the Shadowland is the organization information service clearinghouse known as Shadowland. May well be the Shadowrunner's most useful contact. In addition to providing a valuable bulletin board service and a secure, reliable line into the Matrix, Shadowland is the host of Hacker's House. Oh, okay, so that's what I'm hacking into, or like, you know, searching the Matrix for to find contacts. Oh my god, look at all this stuff. Can you imagine being a person and have to read all this? Oh, look, creating enemies. Game masters may create personal enemies for all player characters. Okay, we kind of have that. It's called Candle. Candle's not a actual Shadowrun organization, but it is in our Bibles, so it's actually made up for us. We'll deal with them later, though. All right, Ultranova keeps working the deck while the warehouse stays locked down. The word perfecto becomes the handle that cuts through the noise. New Horizons by itself is too clean, too corporate, too buried under shell names. Perfecto has scars, old industrial citations, dead labor board complaints, medical adjacent rumors, deleted maps, environmental arguments that vanished after money changed hands. Ultranova finds the shape of it. Perfecto Polymers was an ass technology linked plastic subsidiary with an old plant zone in the Barrens. The Barrens is such a shit neighborhood, really? Closed, gutted, then buried under the redevelopment pressure. New Horizons development started buying property around the old zone. The deeper thread says New Horizons is not a music label and not Maria's management problem. It is a real estate cleanup and containment. Then the Tetzel name locks it into place. The Tetzel building is not the plant itself. It's an office storage block near the old Perfecto zone. Close enough to use as a records nest, meeting point, security perch. Old posts call it boring, dead, and watched. Rio looks up from the news. Media is still chasing Max. They're not talking Perfecto. Not yet. Why would they? That makes no sense. We haven't leaked anything. Maria sits with Neverconquer near the cot. Neverconquer keeps her grounded, not cornered. Look at the picture only, he says. You don't have to explain it if it hits wrong. Ultranova pulls an old proprietary image onto the screen. A squat office block, dirty windows, faded signage, loading door on one side, chain link perimeter. Behind it, the industrial bones of an old Perfecto zone. Maria stares at it. First, nothing. Then her fingers curl into the edge of the cot. I saw that building, she says. Neverconquer's voice stays low. From outside or inside? Inside a car, maybe from a window, I don't know. He swallows. I remember blue letters, Perfecto. I remember someone saying not to use the front entrance because the workers ask questions. Max gagging the chair and makes a muffled sound. Real turns the gun slightly toward him. Maria keeps looking at the image. That place is real, she says. That's not just in my head. You know. Oh, okay, I'm on the shadow boards. Good. That's how I got the picture of that. Neverconquer keeps Maria focused on facts, not panic. Say only what you know, not what you think we want. Maria nods once. I remember the car stopping near that building. I remember being told to keep my head down. I remember men talking about a tank? Or tanks, storage tanks. I thought it was a studio thing at first. She looks at Max. Did you know that part? Max's eyes move away. Real says, that's a yes shaped like a coward. Is she a clone? Like, are there like multiple Mercurials? That'd be interesting. Like they actually manufacture pop stars? Or like rock stars? I mean, because like what? It's tanks. What are you storing in those tanks? Like, I don't know, man. Seems like it. Real flips the feed again. The public story is moving fast. Max Foley's abduction is now the headline. I mean, yeah, the Gray America is on screen in blurred traffic cam footage. The commentators are already calling the attackers armed extremists and unknown anti-corporate radicals. Maria's name is being tied to the abduction even though nobody has her on camera. Oh, so Maria's leading a radical anti-corporate thing? Man, the fucking media. I mean, it's a good story. If I was the media, I'd make that up. Rio's expression hardens. They're building the box around her. First she's missing, then she's unstable. Then whoever has her is the villain. By tonight, they'll say Max was trying to save her. Okay. Kurt returns to the watch line and keeps the warehouse quiet. He sees no team moving on the building, but the neighborhood feels tighter. Sirens in the distance, more drones overhead than earlier. Not directly above the warehouse, but enough to make the sky feel bought. But Kurt cannot confirm the area is clean. The wider heat is rising. You might have to ditch the warehouse, but what do we do about Max? The next obvious thing to hit is the building. We've discovered where the building is. Right? Alright, to get more than that, Ultranova would have to push into protective records, call, pay a contact, interrogate Max harder about the Tetzel approach, or put eyes on the site. I'll have Neverconquer. Neverconquer pushes Max for the Want to trank Max for a couple of days? I'll do both. We'll have Neverconquer question Max, right? And I'll push for the internet. So that way, if one of us fails, the other one might succeed, or we both succeed. Max is going to make it sloppy now. We need to figure out a way to, like, not flat out ditch Max, but like maybe turn him over to Armando or something, or just keep him silent for a while. Like, we can keep him knocked out. We definitely always need to keep at least one person with Maria and Max. We can take Maria with us, but I don't think we should take Max with us. We should dope him. We can definitely do that. Looks like I gotta do some Matrix combat. Oh god. I gotta play the hacking minigame. I might condense the hacking. Like, have the AI play it for me. Like, the roles will still exist and my stats still matter, but the AI chooses the programs and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to do all the cyber deck hacking persona shit. Who's Ultra Snova? Let's see what else is going on here. Contacts. Shit, man. Like, the enemies you deserve. So you roll a 0. You're such a good boy. Your mother would be proud. My god, I love this. I love how they have all these like descriptions of like enemies and stuff. Ex-fiance, security heads. So they give you like a little fiction, and they go like give you examples of what you can use for enemies. Whenever wherever we keep Max, we keep him dope so he doesn't escape. That's true. If we go to like a cheap hotel, though, it's gonna be rough to kind of put him through the lobby of a cheap hotel. You know what I mean? Maybe a motel. Why the enemy may want to kill your character. You killed someone she cared about. They want to make an example of you. Wow, okay. So there's all these like miraculous escapes. What is this? Often game masters and players may be reluctant to let a character die. The player may have spent a lot of time developing the character. The character may be a key role in the game master's campaign plans. The group may simply like the character too much. There are many reasons why a character should escape death. Okay, so this is basically saying the hand of God, the game master, can stop people from dying if need be. Street contacts, corporate contacts, underworld contacts. Holy fuck, there's all this shit.
Your rig is only level 10. What a trash.
The fuck? Back to the... It's done. Yeah, it is. Okay. Neverconquer pulls Max Gag down again. Tatzel approach. Roads, doors, guards, cameras. What gets watched? What gets ignored? Max's eyes go to the deck screen, then to Maria, then back to Neverconquer. I was only taken there once. We'll just play him off as drunk and disguise him. That's true too, yeah. We do like a cheap motel so we don't have to go through a lobby. That'll be the next location. Neverconquer says, you're still breathing because once is useful. Max swallows. The front is wrong. That's the point. The front door faces the street. Old office signage. Dead lobby. Camera's obvious enough to scare kids away. If you go through the front, somebody sees you before you touch the handle. Neverconquer waits. Max keeps going. We need to be disguised. That's true. We'll wear the baseball caps and the sunglasses. Service side is the real way. South fence line, old loading dock. Trucks used to come through there. Now it's mostly cleanup vans and utility crews. There's a side gate with a keypad. Never had the code. The driver did. Driver name. Kenji, I don't know his last name. Japanese, early 30s. Shaved head, black coat. Drove a gray GMC panel van with no markings. Neverconquer's face stays flat. Interior, first floor is mostly storage and old office. Some rooms. Wait, how does he know the interior when he's never? I guess he's been there once, but he clearly was not just in a car. Some sealed. The upper office level has file cabinets and conference room. Basement's access is inside, not outside. They didn't let me down there. Maria looks at him. Max tries not to look at her. Neverconquer says, "What's downstairs?" "I don't know. That's where we need to go then." Real shifts to Predator. Max rushes out. "I heard fans, heavy ventilation, not normal office HVAC, and a chemical stink when the inner door opened. Plastic and bleach. Maybe old tanks, maybe storage." Neverconquer says, "Security? Cameras on the front and service side, not many people. 2 men outside when I went in, more inside. Japanese speaker on a headset. One drone, maybe small track thing in the hall. I thought it was maintenance until it turned with us." So there could be a flying drone and an inside drone as well. Kurt from the watch line says, "That wasn't maintenance." Max's mouth shuts. Okay, so now we know all that. Ultranova pushes from the dead threads into protected records. He does not go straight for New Horizons' own host. Not yet. He takes the lower risk door first. Municipal property, environmental permit, and utility archive. Still protected, still logged. Still enough to burn him if he gets sloppy. The host comes up a dull civic grid. Concrete gray menu towers. Blue permit stamps. Storage drawers running into fog. Not a black ice cathedral. Worse, in its own way, old bureaucracy with quiet logs and patient trace systems. So this is something about Shadowrun. Every matrix or every VR like lawnmower man web thing I do will be different. The location will be different. The matrix in Shadowrun doesn't all look the same. It looks different per the whatever host you're hacking. So I guess this one looks more like, a civil building with the concrete and everything because it's like a public government thing. So Ultranova slides in with false maintenance query and starts pulling around Tatsol, Perfecto, New Horizons, and utility work orders. For a few seconds, the host just eats the query, then old records start surfacing. Partial utility map, a contractor permit, a hazardous material remediation hold, property transfer chain that has been redacted badly enough to show the shape underneath. Tatsel building is in active commercial storage, but its utilities are not dead. Power draw is low by industrial standards, high for an empty office block. Ventilation permits were updated under the shell contractor 3 months ago. Sewer discharge records show sampling irregularities flagged and closed. New Horizon Development owns the surrounding lots. 2 shells. Perfecto Polymers is legally dead, but a storage exemption remains attached to the Tetzel site. Then the host pushes back. A log demon tags the query cluster as unusual. Not an alarm yet, no ice in its face, but Ultranova sees the soft edge of the trace routine waking up in the civic gray fog. So the way hacking works is there's a security tally, right? And the tally counts up the longer I hack until eventually like it creates an alarm or something like that. So every hacking thing that you do needs, see how there's like a +1. So the protocol will roll, and if it gets successes, it'll up the tally. And we don't want it to get to a point where we can get traced. So we only got a 1 tally right now, I believe. But we also don't know like how many tallies it'll take for it to trigger. So I could continue hacking it, or I could pull out now. On Real's feed, the public story keeps tightening. Max Foley's face is everywhere now. Old press photos, interview clips, a crawl calling him missing after armed abduction. The gray Americar footage is enhanced but still dirty. The anchors say law enforcement is pursuing several persons of interest, no names yet. Real lowers the volume. They're making Max into the victim fast. That means somebody has money on the phones. Ultranova's protected record window is still open. The archive has given him enough to confirm Tatzel is active and dirty. The trace log demon is not screaming yet, but it has noticed the shape of the search. I'll pull out. We got enough. Okay, so we need to plan. We need to make a plan to go to the Perfecto building. Kurt recommends disguises. And drug max. So, shit! I accidentally hit enter. Let me stop. Stop. Hold on. Okay. Just had to refresh. Do that all the time. Yeah, you accidentally press enter. Okay. Just gonna copy this. Paste it. So we got 2 wounded people now. We got Neverconquer, we got me. We're both equally wounded. Well, I was thinking one person needs to stay, you know, to guard Maria as well as Max.
Do parents cover kids' eyes to
Right?
protect them?
So trying to think like who goes on the run, you know what I mean, and who stays and protects. Like you put you on the coach, put maybe man and a drone. The drone only works though if I'm around. So I was thinking like Neverconquer, Kurt, and Ultranova go, and Real stays behind. The reason being is like I feel like Neverconquer has like he's got security protocols and stuff that could be helpful. Kurt's better with like lock picking security, but Neverconquer is better with patrols and such, so he can understand like the shape of things. You want in? You want in, Tonus? I was thinking we were gonna make a plan and then I was gonna go to bed because it's like 3 o'clock. We can make a Tonus character. Let's use Tonus. All right, maybe we'll do that then. Maybe we'll just make Tonus a character right now, and then I'll go to bed, and then the next time we stream it, we'll do the run, right? You don't have to be a T-Rex. Okay. What do you want to be? Do you want to be a human? Do you want to be like an elf? What like personality and like skill set do you want? Do you want to be like a mage, a hacker, like a gunman? Like how do you want your character to be? Could use a magic duder? We could. But we can also get by without one too. Let me see if I can find the player manual. Also a tank. I don't know if tanks are like a thing in this. Let's look at this. Let's see. Let's look at player classes. Whoop. Damn, this is all the backstory. Orcs are tanks. You're right. Orcs are tank. I forgot. Yeah, race wise. Let's see what we got here. We got. Fuck is it? Where's character? Oh, here we go. Character creation is page 52. Okay, creating a Shadowrunner. Okay, so the creating your own character means building one from scratch using the priority system. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Choosing magical abilities, choosing your race. full magicians, mage or shaman. He could be an adept. Adepts are like Jedi. Adept characters use their magic in a radically different way than any other magician characters. They channel their powers through their bodies and minds. They do not cast spells or conjure spirits, nor do they have access to the astral space. Instead, adepts have powers that improve their physical and mental abilities. Each power costs a certain amount of power points. Yeah, so it's like basically he'll have like magical powers to enhance his physical abilities, which will means that like he won't be like instantly looked at with cyber and stuff. He doesn't have to worry about like hiding his like abilities because he'll just look like a normal dude. Here's the racial modifications here. So an elf has +1 quickness, +2 charisma. Dwarves have +1 body, +2 strength. They are the source of their own power. That's true, yeah. They all starting adepts receive a number of power points equal to their magic rating. Because adepts do not use spells, they get no spell points. Adepts can purchase weapon foci, but cannot bond them until they have enough karma to do so. Adepts follow their own path called the somatic way. The adept is fully described on page 168. All right, let me look at this. 168. Adepts. Followers of the somatic way. Adepts do not use magical skills to perform magic in the same way as musicians. They can't astral project, and they cannot use astral perception unless it is purchased as a power. Instead, adepts focus their magic on their improvement of their body and mind. The adept's way is one of intense training and self-discipline. Attribute boost. What is this? You can call upon your inner strength to perform amazing feats beyond your normal abilities. So yeah, you're just a fucking, you're like a monk Jedi. Should we go with that one? Make you like human? Since we're all racist, so we don't want to be the other races. Or do you want to be like an elf? Look at all this stuff. Fencing table. Oh, this is astral projection. You can't do that one. So that's kind of, man, that's okay. We'll do that. We'll make you an adept. Any other things you kind of want in it? Like, like a backstory or something? Yeah, you're angry of thinking about elves just now, right? He'll be an adept. Could he be an experienced adept or like a beginner adept? Because like we're all kind of like, if this was Dungeons and Dragons, we're all kind of like level 4 or 5 right now. We're like semi-experienced. Oh, I can make it vague. I can just be like, we'll make a PC runner named Tonus. He'll be an adept. He'll be close to the level of us. Okay.
Having great relationship with
Oh my God.
community members.
Okay. Okay, that's why he was kicked out of his adept circle thingy or whatever. His skills. What weapons do you use? You want to use guns? You want to use swords? You want to like usually a combination of both, I feel. Or should I just have the AI just wing it? Just say, fuck it, just give me whatever. There's also different types of swords too. There's like long swords and rapiers. Like if you want to be a duelist. That's another house rule I added. I added multiple melee weapons instead of just katanas. I feel like, you know, it's just as weird for someone to use a battle axe as it is to use a katana. Nunchucks where the ends are opposing magnetic forces. Okay. Alright, any other details before I like... Oh, wait. Alright. I'm gonna see what the AI thinks of making this character. Make sure I spelled your name right. I did. And then we can like, we could always fill in more of his details later too. He doesn't wear underwear, but okay, I'll put that in. I'll add that detail before we cement him as a character. And then after I make him, I'm gonna go to bed because it's 3 in the morning. We'll have to save Tonus's appearance in the fiction for later. What if we just show up and he's just there and he just joins the crew for no reason? He's like a homeless guy. He's just hanging out there. He's like, oh, hey guys. Are you guys gonna do like a Shadowrun? I want to be in it. Look, I got nunchucks. And we're all looking like, who the fuck's this guy? Tonus hasn't slept in 15 years. Sounds good. Tonus's lifestyle is street bum, so he pays no rent. But he also gets really bad downtime rest. He calls himself a Ronin. Oh damn, fucking. He's a man without a lord. You think he has like hippy dippy kind of qualities? You think he's like very anti-corporate? Like, oh, he's an off-grid person? You think so? Like, that's why he's homeless? He calls it urban camping? He's just crazy. Oh, okay, yeah. We can work that angle. If Tonus wants that, if you want that, it's his backstory. Well, that's how he'll be introduced to. Just have him. We'll just show up there. Shit, if I knew what the plot was and I knew there was clones or something or some weird biochemical things, we could make Tonus actually part of the plot. Like he's a failed experiment. But since I don't know what the plot is, I can't just write that in because then it'll fuck up everything. Maybe he has a tattoo of a T-Rex. Let's rescue him if he's in a vat. Shit. We don't know if the vats are people though, that's the thing. I don't want to write it in and it turns out that it's not and we like, you know, screwed up the story. But if it is, we can write him in like that too. We can introduce him like that. Some kind of bioweapon. Might explain the adept thing that he's got too, like being able to like have that magic and be a Jedi. Adepts are a thing from Earth Dawn because Earth Dawn is the prequel to Shadowrun. Earth Dawn happens in like you know, before Atlantis times. It's like a libertarian. Okay. Is he just Ron Swanson then, like from Parks and Recs? Yes, okay. Should he also look like Ron Swanson from Parks and Recs? Because we can make him look exactly like him. He could have gone crazy from lack of sleep and constant experiments. If he hasn't slept in 15 years, you're down. That's gonna be his personality. It's gonna be Ron Swanson. And he hasn't slept and he's homeless and he's like a nunchuck monk. Either that or he's a bat experiment if the bats are people. But tells jokes at bad times. Okay. Oh my god, I can't open the zip? What the fuck? Inappropriate jokes at the worst possible moment. Oh, am I having a tool error with the chat GBT? I might have to make Tonus off stream, guys. Yeah, because I need to get some sleep. Oh, I gotta wake up early tomorrow too. That sucks. I gotta take care of the baby while my wife goes shopping. Grocery shopping, not like shopping, you know what I mean? Making Totus is not safe for work. He's not safe for stream. Yep. Oh shit, look, it built something. Okay, let's see. What do we got? We got body 5, quickness, essence 6. So you'll have like the max essence, I guess, because you'll have no cybernetics, right? Do you want to go no cybernetics at all? It says improved reflexes 1, but that's cybernetics, right? Oh, Magnan Chaku. So your specializations will be clubs, because that's, and then you'll specialize in the Nunchaku, so 8. So you'll have an 8 skill rating, which is fucking insane. Throwing weapons, etiquette, street intimidation, negotiation 2, bike 3, biotech 2. I would let his Nunchaku specialization hit 8 dice because this is his whole thing. Kurt has Ruger specialization, Ultranova has heavy revolver. So Tonus being frightening with 1 melee weapon fits the crew scale. Could you imagine though, like if he joins us in the crew, like could you imagine when we got Max, right? Like instead of, you know, shooting these guys, this fucking guy just comes out of the back seat of our car and just starts fucking hitting the car with some nunchucks. He's got no guns. He just fucking hits people with nunchucks. Like he knows about street gangs and shit. Yakuza proficient adept powers. All right, let's see if I can flesh him out some more. And oh wait, no, these are his powers. Okay, so he doesn't have cybernetics. He has improved reflexes, improved abilities. But I think this drains sick. These are like always on, and they drain like your power pool. So you have you can basically equip powers, and they have a drain on you, right? Let's see now. He's got killing hands, which makes sense. I think all adepts have that. It had to make your fucking nunchakus here, so let's see now. It's strength +2, so it's stun damage, concealability, moderate, collapsible, disguises, weighted practice rods. Okay. That's not bad. 2 dense batonins linked by reinforced cord chain. That means his nunchaku. How hard do they hit? 8. So when you use your ability, okay, so that's not bad. That is dangerous, but still fair in Shadowrun 3. He has to close distance, eat gun risk, use cover. For gear, armor jacket, that makes sense. I guess he does have a gun. Actually, I'm gonna retcon it that he doesn't have a gun. Okay. Bonus is a libertarian who hasn't slept in 15 years. What else here? Doesn't wear underwear. And everyone can tell, but don't say anything about it. What else we got here? Let's see now. Tells jokes at bad times. He nunchucks bullets back at you. He thinks he can nunchucks. Bullets back at people. Frequently shows plumber's crack. I had that? He looks like Ron Swanson from Parks and Recs. Let's see now. What else? Did the libertarian thing. Got the reputation, former circle to should I just say lives on the streets? Lives on the streets and likes the off-grid lifestyle. I'm gonna say doesn't have a gun. Think crazy mystic hobo. His soft wool sweater conceals many tools and gadgets. You know. The magnetic nunchucks too much? I mean, it doesn't look like they are. They're called magnuts. Magnunchaku. Now it says weighted custom nunchaku, not a lightsaber or armor piercing super weapon. Okay. Doesn't bypass armor. All right, Neverconquer, you have a good sleep. I'm just gonna make Tonus and then I'm gonna call it a day too. Magnux is what he calls him. Okay. Calls his weapons Magnux. But he's just wearing short shorts with no undies. Thank goodness. I'm just gonna do this one. This is the stuff Tonus said, so. Yeah. I gotta type recommend. Oh man, my heartburn's killing me. I definitely need to go to bed. When I stay up too long, I get like really bad heartburn. While that's going on, let me read more about adepts. Boink. Tried diluted vinegar. Well, also I've just been sitting here at the computer. Breaking in is the easiest part of the run. A crazed street samurai grinds ghouls into the ground. Groovy. So this street samurai has a real Joker thing going on? A fixer offers a runner team some hot tech for a price. What, goggles? She's like, oh man, goggles, cool. This official artwork, man. Meeting... I know I've shown some of this already, but yeah, when do we get the fucking helicopter? apple cider vinegar if I had it. If you drink it straight, it burns your throat and takes days to heal. Really? That'll definitely help though. It'll help my pH levels. I guess we'll never go in the sewers, huh? There's big giant fucking rats in it. Go figure. A genetically altered nightmare beneath the Seattle streets. How do you know? Was it working with the dentist? Rumble and Redmond, street gangs go to war in the Barrens. Hey, look, pink mohawk. Look at that. Oh, it happened to you? Really? Man, I used to drink some apple cider vinegar every now and then, you know, because it's... Oh, these are vampires. This guy an adept? I'm going to say he is, because he's got glowy hands. No? That makes sense to me. All right, let's see if it's done building tonus. Whoop! Okay. Okay, so this version's way stronger conceptually. I'd make Tonus a crazy mystic hobo physical adept, not a polished dojo guy. He is dangerous, funny at the wrong time, politically irritating, smells like campfire and bad choices, and thinks living off grid means I sleep behind buildings and know which dumpsters have edible food. I would treat the hasn't slept in 15 years as Tonus's claim, not literal biology. Mechanically, he does weird adept meditation, sleeps in 6-minute fragments, and lies about it. Okay. So in a way, he doesn't really sleep then if he sleeps in 6-minute fragments. He has to do the meditation, that's like an adept thing. Core vibe, libertarian street mystic hobo, looks like Ron Swanson, lives off grid, does not wear underwear, tells jokes at exactly the wrong moment, kicked out of his depth circle because he could not stop ruining sacred silence with terrible timing, thinks he can knock bullets back at shooters with his magnux, does not carry a gun. For stats, I'd make him tougher and rougher than the earlier version, but less socially clean. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Willpower. Charisma 2 fits because he's not shy or weak-willed. He's just off-putting, unfiltered, and allergic to polite society. Willpower 5 keeps him as a stubborn mystic survival freak. It's true. Lowering the charisma made everything else go up pretty high. Why did the AI... Oh, you're gonna have to ask the AI that, man. Active skills. So the magna, that's pretty good, man. 8 for your nunchucks. Survival, you got urban 5, you got wilderness 4. You know street etiquette. I feel like that should be higher, but you know 3's fine. Athletics 5 for intimidation 3, throwing weapons, bike, car. So you're better on a bike. I didn't say he refused to carry a gun. I just don't think a hobo should have a gun. Ah, fuck it. He's melee only. Fuck it. Should he have his throwing weapons go up then? Knowledge skills. Edit circles 4. Off-grid living. Urban scavenging. Seattle squats. Okay, so this makes more sense. Anti-corp political rants. Oh, you're at 4 there, so you could really... Libertarian theory selectively understood. 3. Bad joke timing. That's a stat. Street food safety. Well, that's good. You know what to eat. Security guard shift habits. Bus routes. For adept towers I build around, he can close, survive, and wreck people. Okay, so improved reflexes, improved ability clubs. Combat sense, pain resistance. Mystic armor, improved stealth. Can you put more? No, because that would make you imbalanced. You don't want to be too OP. Remember, we balanced you according to the rest of the crew. If we do that, then you'll be, like, drastically overpowered. Really overshadow every other character. I'd keep killing hands for this version. I want max choke power. You just gotta level up and do it like we do. Don't have to go on runs. You're gonna have to grind. Pain resistance 2 fits the hasn't slept, lives rough, gets hit, and keeps talking vibe. For the bullet thing, Tonus believes he can nunchuck bullets back at people. He has probably tried. He has not died only because he is fast, lucky, or lying about the details. Mechanically, no, he cannot reflect firearm bullets back at shooters by default. Against thrown objects or slow projectiles, a missile parry style adept power could be considered later after exact Shadowrun 3 lookup. Against gunfire, his real defenses are cover, movement, combat pool, combat sense, not being stupid, right? Character Tonus may shout, "Send it back, postage paid," before diving behind cover. Alright, for the Magnux, I'd make them cool but not superhero weapons. I think this is decent. You do like 7 fucking damage stun with it. That's not bad. So it's like a non-lethal weapon. But I guess, I mean, like, technically you can kill someone with nunchucks, so I guess after you knock them out, you can break their skull or something. Yeah, you gotta level them up. Just like me and Kurtcoolbeans have to level up our nonsense. I'd give him armor and survival gear instead of runner polish. Are you agile? Let me look. Okay, here we go. Quickness 5, I would say so. When you consider the stats, 3 is like average. Anything below a 3 is like you're bad. Anything close to 6 you're like, you know, good, and like 9 is like elite. So these can be leveled up too. Yeah, he's got a close distance. He's got this shit too, you know, like he's got the combat reflexes. That means that he probably like moves faster, so he gets more turns in a combat turn, so he should be balanced enough. All right, whoa, we got armored long coat or battered jacket. So he has a backup plain wooden nunchaku, survival knife, throwing spikes or rocks. I like the idea of rocks because Tonus is Tonus. That's what the AI said. Tonus is Tonus. He does what Tonus does. No underwear, unfortunately, confirmed by Vive rather than direct inspection. Okay, so that's part of his underwear. His utility. So you got a bedroll. That's good. You got a water purifier, fire starter, cheap respirator, a squatter med kit, old pocket secretary with cracked screen, burn cred stick, binoculars, duct tape, fishing line, bike or beat up off-road motorcycle. So you do have transportation. You have pocket sand attack. Oh, that's right. That's right. He can use the level like Dale Gribble shit. So he's got flaws. He's got bad joke time. Tonus cracks jokes during negotiations, funerals, interrogations, firefights, rituals, and moments of sincere emotional vulnerability. This can trigger social penalties, NPC anger, morale effects depending on the scene. Adept circle exile. Former circle expelled him for disrespect, instability, and running ritual discipline. Some adepts think he is a disgrace. Others quietly admit he is effective. All right, here, libertarian off-grid maniac. Hates permits, sin checks, license. So you don't even have like a fucking like ID card. You live off the grid, right? So you're like a forgotten person. May know squatters, survivalists, illegal growers, smuggler camps, and people who build things from trash. No gun, refuses firearms. This is a tactical weakness in Shadowrun. He compensates with stealth, ambush speed, cover, and violence at close range. Sleepless claim. Says he has not slept in 15 years. Truth. Adept meditation, micro sleep, paranoia, caffeine, and bullshit. Okay. I recommended final combat identity. Excellent close combat. Hard to scare or wear down. Good urban survival. Useful for ambushes. Funny in a way that can break tension or make it much worse. Weakness, no range weapons. Socially hazardous. Bad with formal corp. I mean, technically you can use throwing weapons. Like pocket sand. In fact, I'm going to say Tonus can use throwing weapons like pocket sand. Oh yeah, okay. Tonus always pulls night guard. Yes, that fits till giving him throwing weapons as a real skill, but make pocket sand a dirty trick distraction tool, not a damage weapon. Well, yeah, no shit. Oh my god, I didn't mean specialize him in pocket sand. Okay, so pocket sand also means gravel, broken glass, loose screws, coins, ball bearings, smoke pellets, stink packets, cheap flash poppers, throw knives if needed, though he considers them government behavior. Okay, so now you have pocket sand 6. Oh shit, it's gonna give me an actual like pocket sand thing. Range, very short, none by default. Effect, distraction, vision interference, initiative breaking, nuisance. Okay, so that can kind of like gain a turn. Oh, but it does no damage. Bonus throws pocket sand, says market correction, revised combat identity. Why don't you just say pocket sand? And when he throws pocket sand, he says, pocket sand. There we go. All right. Okay, so now we got that one. When Tonus throws pocket sand, Ash, or improvised distraction, he says pocket sand. Okay, cool. I'm gonna finalize the card. What if he can throw anything from his pocket, and he always throws something that would be weird for someone to have in their pocket? Let's see. Let's expand pocket sand. What if he can throw from... What if he always throws something that would be weird someone have in their pocket, but he still yells pocket sand? And all right. So pocket sand is not the object, it is the philosophy. Tonus should always yell pocket sand no matter what deranged thing comes out of his pocket. Tonus may carry one or more weird pocket distractions. It does not have to be sand. It is usually not sand. It is weirder. It is more Tonus acts like everyone else is the idiot for being surprised. Alley powder, powders soy crumbs, bird seed, coffee grounds, expired powdered creamer, glitter, fish food flakes, crushing tortilla chips. Should always be thrown in the face though. Well, yeah, because that's how it would work, in the eyes. What the hell is it that in your pocket? Dry cat food, pocket mulch, teeth not necessarily his, doll eyes, dead AA batteries, crab shell fragments, loose uncooked pasta, one live beetle, bone dice, shredded tax worms, magnetic fillings from the magnuts, emergency bees, which should probably not be allowed unless we want a whole scene. We can always aim it at the eyes, which is what we'll do. We'll just make it a called shot. Oh my god, it hasn't the result. One net success. Targets. Oh, so the target gets a +1 or a +2. Stealth downside. Tonus yelling pocket sand can ruin stealth. Well, no shit. So before the run, Tonus may declare 3 prepared pocket loads. During play, he can improvise 1 pocket load from the environment if it makes sense. So you don't have infinite pocket sand. It's just, you have 3 pocket sands, which is 1 more pocket than you would have. And then an improv pocket. Oh my god, I love how the AI is really thinking about this pocket sand mechanic. So how would it break stealth? You're right, you'll never use it unless you've been caught. Then it would be your opener is pocket sand. Alright, I'm gonna finalize the card. And then I'm gonna save the game. And then after it's done, then I'm going to tell it to update the Bible. And that usually takes like 10 minutes because it has to save everything. So once I do that, but I want to make sure that I want to see these stats. There's finalized stats and everything. And then that way, we can always just have Tonus show up in the middle of a run. And just like some random hobo. He's just there. Like we don't need to explain why he's there. You know what I mean? Like he's just there in the scene whenever we go somewhere. It's just like, hey, Tonus is here. You know, whenever you're in the chat or something. So we don't have to do like, oh, Tonus, you know, we could call Tonus. It's like Tonus is just in the area for some reason. Right? You know, like like that earlier scene when we shot those dudes. That's what yeah, exactly, right? So it's not like Kurt where we have to call him or something. It's just like, you know, we're at a coffee shop. Oh, a gunfight breaks out. Oh, Tonus happens to be sleeping, like, you know, in the alley close by or some shit. He's just randomly always around. Alias handles, okay, if enemies survive long enough to say it. Yeah, if they learn your tactics. Meta-human, male he, right? Crew scale built to operate with us. Core concept. So this is all the stuff we've talked about. Personality portrayal, deadpan, blunt, stubborn, politically allergic to authority. There's his attributes, his damage condition. Well, he's gonna be fresh, so that's not gonna. We find Tonus in the men's room flexing in the mirrors. Right, he's just randomly there. We could be in like a massive corporation like Sting and Tonus just shows up in chat. It's like, oh, he was in the bathroom the whole time. You know, like, oh, he just waited for the fucking place to close. Somehow they let him in. They go to a parking lot, he's just randomly sleeping in a car. It's not his. Social, Oedipus circle, exile, off-grid, libertarian badge. Okay, so that gives some stuff. Voice line, sleep is a corporate firmware update. You brought bullets, I brought pocket ecology. Jesus. Okay. So he's not currently active. He'll have Karma Pool 2. So he'll be equivalent to us. Alright guys, I'm updating the Bible. I'm going to end the stream. Thanks everyone for joining me. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know when I'm going to stream this again. I start work on Friday. I'll try to stream sometime this weekend. Not tomorrow though. I'll be too tired from lack of sleep from today. But I'll try to do a weekend one. If not, I'll try to do again like in the middle of the week. I'll give fair warning in the Discord when I do one. Thanks everyone for joining me. Thanks for having you know, playing along too. I really appreciate it. It really makes the adventure a lot more interesting. You know, because I play this off stream and it's fun, but it's also fun to like, you know, shit like this should be played with multiple people for the party and whatever. All right, guys, you guys have a good one, and I'll see you guys next time on the Ultra Show. Peace out.